transactions, urgent alerts, personalized messages sent securely and reliably around the globe billions of times a day, connecting the world's mobile network operators and powering the global communications technology of Fortune 2000 companies. One company is driving the innovation needed to harness the explosion of connections that will shape the future for generations to come. Because connections are what make us human, and they begin with us. Cineverse, the world's most connected company.
Too early to talk 6G? Not for wireless communications researchers. Research for a new generation of mobile wireless communications starts more than 10 years ahead of initial deployment. Launching 6G in 2030 means research has already begun. 6G will allow new, exciting use cases above and beyond 5G by combining sensing, imaging, precise timing, and intelligence at the edge with the mobility of wireless. It will further integrate communication and compute technologies into society, including using and expanding AI applications. Early 6G performance targets represent a 10 to 100 times increase over 5G, up to 1 terabit per second peak data rates, connection density of over 1 million devices per square kilometer, and centimeter-level precision positioning. Frequencies above 100 gigahertz will enable ultra-high data rate short-range networks. Precise timing requirements will bring time-engineered networks and applications and will require changing how networks operate. Delivering 6G demands significant advances in computing and networking architectures, chipset designs, radios, antennas, and materials. Exponential growth in data traffic will bring spatial spectral efficiency and connectivity challenges. Extreme modulation bandwidths and shorter wavelengths will reduce beam width and increase antenna and device integration. Radio resource optimization and intelligent networking will also require innovation in RF, baseband, and system design. Significant technical challenges are on the horizon for wireless design and test engineers. While continuing to enable 5G development and deployment, Keysight is also active in 6G programs around the globe, working on solutions for the 2030 wireless era. Our current solutions provide advanced capabilities that test far beyond 5G. With Keysight, you can build 5G today while preparing for 6G tomorrow. Explore your options today.
Today, our future is a vision. A slowly lifting veil that allows us a glimpse at what will be. We constantly strive for the very best to ensure a safer and connected world. It's a journey of discovery and exploration. Technology represents our desires and intentions. It's a looking glass of our inner drive to make ideas real. For that to happen, joint communication is key. Today, 6G is just a word to describe the next generation of mobile communications. But once the veil has lifted, 6G will be so much more. It will be the North Star splitting into 1 trillion new lights. A new beacon and guiding principle in an increasingly complex world. Trusted, secure, connected. 6G will enable today's vision to evolve into tomorrow's reality. We think 6 because sometimes it takes a sixth sense to make ideas real.
We've been adapting to change for over 150 years. Now, we're driving the next evolution, where networks meet cloud, alive with intelligence, enabling people, machines, and devices to interact in real time like never before, and making high-performance connectivity more consumable, adaptable, autonomous, open to innovation, to collaboration, networks that sense, think, and act. Because by working together with service providers, enterprises, and the world, we can create a more sustainable, productive, accessible future. By accelerating the impact of digital to reach people, places, and industries that have never been reached before. That demands more than change. That demands transformation. For us, that means pushing further with a clear vision and a new logo that symbolizes our purpose. Because it's only when all the right pieces act together that brilliance happens. The precision of tech leadership, the dynamism of a new digital era, and the kaleidoscopic colors of innovation. This is Nokia, but not as the world has seen us before. We've always connected people. Now, we create technology that helps the world act together.
Networks are evolving from connectors of humanity and technology into something far more powerful. When networks meet cloud, they become amplifiers, bringing everything to life with intelligence, fueling innovation, inspiring collaboration, enhancing sustainability, unlocking new ways of working that are reshaping the way we all live. Harness the exponential potential of networks. Transform your business to the power of N.
When communication can save a life, when sensors can prevent environmental catastrophe, when a tablet can teach a child to read, no matter where in the world they may be, one company responds by accelerating the promise of an intelligently connected world and sits at the center of it all. Seamless transactions, urgent alerts, personalized messages sent securely and reliably around the globe billions of times a day, connecting the world's mobile network operators and powering the global communications technology of Fortune 2000 companies. One company is driving the innovation needed to harness the explosion of connections that will shape the future for generations to come. Because connections are what make us human, and they begin with us. Cineverse, the world's most connected company.
Too early to talk 6G? Not for wireless communications researchers. Research for a new generation of mobile wireless communications starts more than 10 years ahead of initial deployment. Launching 6G in 2030 means research has already begun. 6G will allow new, exciting use cases above and beyond 5G by combining sensing, imaging, precise timing, and intelligence at the edge with the mobility of wireless. It will further integrate communication and compute technologies into society, including using and expanding AI applications. Early 6G performance targets represent a 10 to 100 times increase over 5G, up to 1 terabit per second peak data rates, connection density of over 1 million devices per square kilometer, and centimeter-level precision positioning. Frequencies above 100 gigahertz will enable ultra-high data rate short-range networks. Precise timing requirements will bring time-engineered networks and applications and will require changing how networks operate. Delivering 6G demands significant advances in computing and networking architectures, chipset designs, radios, antennas, and materials. Exponential growth in data traffic will bring spatial spectral efficiency and connectivity challenges. Extreme modulation bandwidths and shorter wavelengths will reduce beam width and increase antenna and device integration. Radio resource optimization and intelligent networking will also require innovation in RF, baseband and system design. Significant technical challenges are on the horizon for wireless design and test engineers. While continuing to enable 5G development and deployment, Keysight is also active in 6G programs around the globe, working on solutions for the 2030 wireless era. Our current solutions provide advanced capabilities that test far beyond 5G. With Keysight, you can build 5G today while preparing for 6G tomorrow. Explore your options today.
Today, our future is a vision. A slowly lifting veil that allows us a glimpse at what will be. We constantly strive for the very best to ensure a safer and connected world. It's a journey of discovery and exploration. Technology represents our desires and intentions. It's a looking glass of our inner drive to make ideas real. For that to happen, joint communication is key. Today, 6G is just a word to describe the next generation of mobile communications. But once the veil has lifted, 6G will be so much more. It will be the North Star splitting into 1 trillion new lights. And guiding principle in an increasingly complex world. Trusted, secure, connected. 6G will enable today's vision to evolve into tomorrow's reality. We think 6 because sometimes it takes a sixth sense to make ideas real.
We've been adapting to change for over 150 years. Now, we're driving the next evolution, where networks meet cloud, alive with intelligence, enabling people, machines, and devices to interact in real time like never before, and making high-performance connectivity more consumable, adaptable, autonomous, open to innovation, to collaboration, networks that sense, think, and act. Because by working together with service providers, enterprises, and the world, we can create a more sustainable, productive, accessible future. By accelerating the impact of digital to reach people, places, and industries that have never been reached before. That demands more than change. That demands transformation. For us, that means pushing further with a clear vision and and the new logo that symbolizes our purpose. Because it's only when all the right pieces act together that brilliance happens. The precision of tech leadership, the dynamism of a new digital era, and the kaleidoscopic colors of innovation. This is Nokia, but not as the world has seen us before. We've always connected people. Now, we create technology that helps the world act together.
Networks are evolving from connectors of humanity and technology into something far more powerful. When networks meet cloud, they become amplifiers, bringing everything to life with intelligence, fueling innovation, inspiring collaboration, enhancing sustainability, unlocking new ways of working that are reshaping the way we all live. Harness the exponential potential of networks. Transform your business to the power of N.
When communication can save a life. When sensors can prevent environmental catastrophe. When a tablet can teach a child to read, no matter where in the world they may be. One company responds by accelerating the promise of an intelligently connected world and sits at the center of it all. Seamless transactions, urgent alerts, personalized messages sent securely and reliably around the globe billions of times a day, connecting the world's mobile network operators and powering the global communications technology of Fortune 2000 companies. One company is driving the innovation needed to harness the explosion of connections that will shape the future for generations to come, because connections are what make us human, and they begin with us. Cineverse, the world's most connected company.
Too early to talk 6G? Not for wireless communications researchers. Research for a new generation of mobile wireless communications starts more than 10 years ahead of initial deployment. Launching 6G in 2030 means research has already begun. 6G will allow new, exciting use cases above and beyond 5G by combining sensing, imaging, precise timing, and intelligence at the edge with the mobility of wireless. It will further integrate communication and compute technologies into society, including using and expanding AI applications. Early 6G performance targets represent a 10 to 100 times increase over 5G, up to 1 terabit per second peak data rates, connection density of over 1 million devices per square kilometer, and centimeter-level precision positioning. Frequencies above 100 gigahertz will enable ultra-high data rate short-range networks. Precise timing requirements will bring time-engineered networks and applications and will require changing how networks operate. Delivering 6G demands significant advances in computing and networking architectures, chipset designs, radios, antennas, and materials. Exponential growth in data traffic will bring spatial spectral efficiency and connectivity challenges. Extreme modulation bandwidths and shorter wavelengths will reduce beam width and increase antenna and device integration. Radio resource optimization and intelligent networking will also require innovation in RF, baseband, and system design. Significant technical challenges are on the horizon for wireless design and test engineers. While continuing to enable 5G development and deployment, Keysight is also active in 6G programs around the globe, working on solutions for the 2030 wireless era. Our current solutions provide advanced capabilities that test far beyond 5G. With Keysight, you can build 5G today while preparing for 6G tomorrow. Explore your options today.
Today, our future is a vision. A slowly lifting veil that allows us a glimpse at what will be. We constantly strive for the very best to ensure a safer and connected world. It's a journey of discovery and exploration. Technology represents our desires and intentions. It's a looking glass of our inner drive to make ideas real. For that to happen, joint communication is key. Today, 6G is just a word to describe the next generation of mobile communications. But once the veil has lifted, 6G will be so much more. It will be the North Star splitting into 1 trillion new lights. A beacon and guiding principle in an increasingly complex world. Trusted, secure, connected. 6G will enable today's vision to evolve into tomorrow's reality. We think 6 because sometimes it takes a sixth sense to make ideas real.
We've been adapting to change for over 150 years. Now, we're driving the next evolution, where networks meet cloud, alive with intelligence, enabling people, machines, and devices to interact in real time like never before, and making high-performance connectivity more consumable, adaptable, autonomous, open to innovation, to collaboration, networks that sense, think, and act. Because by working together with service providers, enterprises, and the world, we can create a more sustainable, productive, accessible future. By accelerating the impact of digital to reach people, places, and industries that have never been reached before. That demands more than change. That
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to the second day of 6G India 2023, the first conference, in fact, I was told in Asia, not in India, it is in Asia. May I request all of you to please take your seats. We are going to start the program. And those who are on the exhibition hall, please ask them to join us here. So we have a fantastic session here, although early morning we are starting a little late because I've been told there is a big traffic on the way, but still we've been able to reach here. Today's chief guest, we have General Pant, Dr. Rajesh Pant, who is the National Cyber Security Coordinator, Prime Minister's Office, Government of India. Along with, we have the Chair, Saurabh Mittal, Vice President, Network R&D, Bharti Airtel. Amit Kumar Anand, CTO Enterprise Solution, Nokia. Chief and Senior Director of Product Management, Universe. Sadaf Sidikil, GM Industry Marketing, Keysight Technologies. Mahesh Baswaranju, Marketing Segment Manager, Wireless Communication, Road and Source. And Vikas Dikshit, Reliance Jio. Before we start the session, may I request our Chief Guest, General Pant, to light the lamp along with other speakers to start the conference program. Sir.
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा।
May I request all of you to please join the dais, sir. General Pant, Mithil, and all the speakers, please join the dais. Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As our Prime Minister has put on our target for the 6G vision, which is called Bharat 6G Vision 2030. And we are well in advance, almost 6.5 years from now, as I've been hearing since morning that 5G was in hurry-burry, as you must have all heard, and we could not put all the ecosystem together. And yesterday also the wireless advisor and all the people were saying that 6G should be good to go with all the ecosystem together with the investment and the support of Government of India. So without taking much of a time of teaching you what is 6G, which I am not an expert, we have an expert here. And I request our chief guest, General Pant, who is the National Cyber Coordinator from the Prime Minister's office, to address the gathering. Sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first compliment Mr. Shashidharan and his team for organizing this 6G India International event and exhibition. Just shows that India is now firmly established as an international telecom player, and we are thinking ahead. And I'm glad to see that we've learned the lessons of 5G, where we missed the bus in most of the standards. Earlier, I remember our delegations that used to go for 3GPP were in single digits. Just 1 or 2 people at times from DOT used to go. Whereas from some of our neighbors close by, there used to be almost 100 people, mostly from the industry, that used to attend those sessions, and that's how they got the repertoires and the standards, etc. So we've learned those lessons. Now we have a number of ITS officers posted in some of the working groups in IT also. And I must compliment the Ministry of Communications for this excellent document they've come out with, the Bharat 6G Vision document. How many have read this Bharat 6G Vision? Okay, 4 or 5. I request all of you who are interested in this subject to at least go through the document. It will show you what those 6 task forces have done, what is the direction that the government of India intends to take, and you know, the entire ecosystem. And I was just discussing with him about the systems view of 6G. All I wish to say is that when we were talking initially about 5G, we said that 5G is a road. And why we called it a road is because in India especially, and I'm thinking most part of the world as well, there used to be, and there are still a large number of villages which do not have a road connecting the villages. And the moment that road was built, it was not only the transport that benefited. I mean, the whole society benefited. Children could go to schools, better schools, the trade flourished, the society flourished, people were meeting, hospitals, healthcare, every sector improved because of that road, that one road. Which is why when 5G came, we said it's not a telecom system. The IoT and the M2M and all the other ecosystem that it is going to create, it is the road. And if 5G is the road, then I think 6G is the highway. It is going to transform. It is going to be, 100 times faster speed, the precision, the ultra low latency, the M2M, the IoT, the connectivity with the satellites at low, medium, and geostationary orbits. There is a vast scope of use cases in 6G. We went to Japan some years back, and they were telling us that they're already doing research on the human era of communications, as they called it. Because they said presently you're only transmitting 2 senses, the sight and the sound. There are 3 other senses, the touch, smell, and this thing also. So they said that they're also thinking how to transmit the other 3 senses. So the world of telecom is limitless like the space. There is much more to be done. But coming back to 6G, I think this is the right time for us for practicing and testing and discussing our use cases. About 127 patents we've already got in 6G. And as I say, India is on a roll, and we must complement all the initiatives that are being taken by various ministries and by the private sector. I must especially compliment in coming together and creating this ecosystem. And with these words, let me once again compliment, and I wish the exhibition and the event all success. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, General Pant, for the addressing the gathering. Now we will start the session. So I hand over the mic to the chair, which is Saurabh Mittal, who is the Vice President, Network R&D, Bharti Airtel, to start the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Shashi. I think this is such an excellent initiative, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second day of the 6G India conference. I think it's absolute pleasure and an honor for me, to be in company of all the august speakers and this, house over here. Thank you, Lieutenant General Dr. Pant. I think the analogy of the road to the telecom network is so apt, right? And we have seen the networks and lives getting transformed with all the, telecom evolution which has happened in last 2.5 decades in India. I think I'll also share the quote from Robin Sharma. He said that things are created twice, first in mind and then in reality. And what is really happening in India today is, I think, is a great testimony of this particular fact. The idea that India can lead the 6G journey, I think is such a game changer mind shift. I've been part of this telecom journey for the last 2.5 decades. And I've seen the kind of following that we used to do in the 2G world to now talking about leading the world. I think, most of you would have seen the movie Inception. I think this idea, when you start thinking, it has a different kind of an approach. And all the compliments to the government of India, I think, for making this mind shift into the mind of the telecom industry over here. And I would say that the Indian telecom industry has also risen to the task. I think it was not about 8 months ago, probably 8 kilometers from here in Pragati Maidan, when Honorable Prime Minister, announced the launch of 5G. And now today, we are amongst the fastest rollout probably in the world, the largest and the fastest. It's already, maybe 120K plus base stations deployed across different networks. Maybe speaking lower volume, the numbers probably will be higher because every day, hundreds and thousands of base stations are getting lit up. So, but is this movement to rejoice? We also, I think I would say from the industry perspective, Dinalpan, we spoke about the O-RAN that we have been doing. At Airtel, I can speak, for example, we have taken leadership positions in the lot of standardization work or the industrialization of the standardization work, so as to say. We hosted the O-RAN Plug Fest, the Global Plug Fest, twice at Airtel in last 2-3 years. But is this these are moments to celebrate, but is this enough? In fact, I also recall what Robert Frost would have said, right? There are promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep. And why do I say that? Because in these conferences only, we have spoken about the promise of 5G, right? We talked about the use cases of 5G. We talked about the 5G monetization. I think we were debating, right? In the boardrooms, every company would have gone about and saying that, okay, this is what probably makes the business case. But is that the reality? I would say that this is something which all of us have to continue to work towards. We probably for the first time have a situation where networks have evolved faster than what our colleagues in the IT industries are coming out with, right? They always were complaining earlier, network is not probably, behaving as better as they would have expected to deliver out. Now we have a situation where there is a network, but then the use cases have to evolve. But I'm sure we'll hear more about these cases in the session. Similarly, everybody talks about network as a sensor, right? And that's something which is very, very fundamentally important to make the world smarter, living smarter, more efficient, right? We have seen the sensors like, smart meters, the POS machines, the connected cars, home automation. These things are coming. These are becoming mainstay of the network. But what's the reality? The reality is these are running on 4G. Even actually, majorly, many of these are running still on 2G actually. Why is that? I think as an industry, we need to think over this. One of the major reasons is the cost, right? The 5G devices by itself are far more expensive. If you start to make every sensor on a 5G network, I think the kind of cost which it takes is humongous. I think there are many things happening. Probably we'll also hear about that in the sessions. Then, of course, there is the issue of roaming, right? IoT roaming is something, there continues to be challenged. There's not a very good method of having 5G roaming across the world. That's something which is still evolving. So these are the issues I would say that's very important from a 5G perspective. I think in this session, we will have talk on 5G monetization. We'll have discussion and talk on the IoT as well as IoT roaming. I think so I'm quite excited to hear all about that part. But then obviously the big question, right? Why 6G, right? If there are so many issues on 5G, why we are talking about the 6G? In fact, my daughter yesterday, I told her I'm going to, the 6G conference. She was saying, come on, right? Few months ago, you were talking about 5G. Now you're talking about 6G. Why 6G? I think then, I probably would like to recall how 5G helped 4G. The improvements or the efficiency of 4G that we see today is partly due to what the work item on 5G started to happen. If you look at the concepts like massive MIMO, if you look at things like CUPS architecture, which actually really helped improve the 4G latency, these are all things which actually came from the 5G work items. What you did in 5G, I think, and there was a great work done within 3GPP and GMN, these concepts actually got evolved and adopted into the 4G world. So I believe that the 6G work item will really improve and make 5G more advanced, right? So that's something which is going to be far more really, really interesting. And the next thing which I say is that, often it comes out, right? What's the new in 6G, right? There is already 5G. What's the 6G which is going to really add to the entire ecosystem, user experience, all that part. Then I was thinking, and then I came with another acronym, right? Which probably will help you, easily recall, right? What 6G is going to really add to this. And the answer is very simple. Answer is the word 6 itself, SIX. The S, the first letter, stands for sustainability. I think we have seen that, right? The telecom networks can be huge consumers of electricity, right? There is a huge carbon footprint which comes around. The 6G, then, from a vision statement perspective, is really talking about making it far more sustainable, right? Making it the footprint, carbon footprint, far more lower, so that you can run on, if you look at devices, the battery life should be far longer. The energy consumption per bit is expected to go down dramatically. Then comes the I. I is inclusion. The inclusion is multidimensional over here. The inclusion could mean, for example, global coverage, right? And you can think of this inclusion, global coverage, in slightly different sense, right? The 5G are terrestrial networks. This is meant for land. The 6G is going to be across all types of terrains, right? It's not land, it's about air, it's about sea. And how you do it is, there's going to be much closer collaboration between what is there as the terrestrial network and the satellite networks, and maybe new other HAPS networks, for example, the LEO satellites which are there, the HAPS which are there. They can all collaborate to give a global service coverage across the world, wherever you are, right? On land, sea, or in the sky. And why sky? For example, that's the third dimension of inclusion, which is saying that it is from now not just human, but human to cobots, robots, drones. So all those kind of systems coming together. The third dimension, of course, or the fourth dimension of this I, or inclusion, is the merger of the human world and the virtual world, right? I think, so that's I would say the simple I probably we can take forward, right? As a new kind of a capability which comes into picture. And then X. Now, what is Mr. X? Answer is also, what is Mr. X, right? Today in our networks, we become, the security and privacy is a big concern, right? I don't know, there's been articles, and I personally experienced in last 3-4 days, there has been a lot of WhatsApp call coming from overseas. Probably talking about remote work items. Now, if you look at from a security perspective, the people are trying to exploit probably which was given as a user convenience. So this X over here, the Mr. X, stands for the trustworthiness in the network, right? The security and trustworthiness. So I would say these three additional things which are there, which is sustainability, inclusion, and trustworthiness. These are the three additional dimensions which are being brought by 6G to what was done in the 5G. The 5G, we all had this beautiful triangle which ITUT created, and all of us have been talking in past few years, which is EMBB, the first vertical, the vertex, the second vertex being the URLCC, ultra reliable connectivity, and then the massive machine type communications. So these three were the network centric view of the network capabilities which are going to come around. Now with 6G, at least from a vision statement, the three new dimensions have been added: the sustainability, inclusion, and the trustworthiness, which I would say are the business indicators of what the network should deliver, right? So this is something which is very powerful. What happens is that with every G, there is a new unconstrained thinking. Because if you are in 4G, you are thinking about 4G. We generally get constrained as engineers, technocrats, that, this is how the standards have been written. Probably we just do incremental thinking. When 5G came, or now in the 5G, when we are talking about 6G, and we are in the vision formation stage for till 2024, the standardization bodies, industry alliances are actually looking to come out with what is it's supposed to be really delivering, right? And then there is going to be all the work items which will follow in the standardization. I think this is the time for the unconstrained thinking. We don't need to get bogged down by what is today's networks. I think we really need to think creatively on that front. So I think that's where the 6G is going to really help accelerate. And it's time for Indian ecosystem. We have like the wonderful talent. I mean, I would say a lot of development center for many of the companies which are the leaders in this space is actually based out of India. So there's no reason why we shouldn't really be able to lead this. I mean, whether it is software, hardware, silicon, I think there is work items happening in all the domains. And thank you, Shashidharan ji, for organizing this very timely session. And I'm personally very excited to listen to all the speakers. We'll have talks on the 5G monetization, IoT, and then we'll delve into the 6G, what's on the verge of 6G. Then we have a discussion or a talk on the what's happening on the Open RAN, which will help accelerate the 6G related parts. So personally very excited and look forward to this session. We'll start with Mr. Amit Anand from Nokia. Thank you.
Give me a moment. One moment.
Okay, shall we start? So good morning and warm welcome to the dignitaries on the dais and in the August House. Thank you very much for being here, and Bharat Exhibition and Shashidharan ji for inviting us, giving us the opportunity to share our views that how private wireless, talking about 5G, we are talking about 6G now, but how private wireless can help industries in the future and how they can unleash the potential of Industry 4.0. So before we move into this, let's understand that where are we? As on date, we are on the cusp of Industry 4.0, and the world is moving towards digitization through the new technological advances. And these advances are enabling, apart from the IT industry, the asset-heavy industries to get their assets connected and then get into data-driven, become zero-touch automation, and transform the machines and the human, they're interacting together. So if we have to unlock the potential of Industry 4.0 and the industrial IoTs, we need to get our assets connected and then get the data analyzed, bring the insights, and then do the analytics part of it and improve our efficiencies, performance, and reduce our costs. But the irony as on date we talk about, there's a research done by Nokia and our partner consultant TBR that 70%, 24% of the data is not collected in the industries as on date. So what Industry 4.0 is going to deliver? So if we talk about certain parameters on which that Industry 4.0 is going to help industries in all vertical segments in terms of enhancing efficiencies, increase the agility. You have the flexibility to move the assets, how you can monetize your assets on a real-time basis, configure them. Then decision making, again, what kind of production need to change at what time frame, how to improve my OEEs. And most important thing, we are talking of ESG these days, which talks about even the worker safety, apart from the environment, social and governance, where the worker safety is most important for improving the productivity. And last but not least, sustainability, where we need to see that how our assets are being utilized, with less power consumptions, less carbon footprint, and we make value out of these products. And on top of it, we need to take care of all the investment which industry has already done over the last 2, 3, 4 decades, that how we can connect them and take the data, control them, do the predictive analytics, and on top of it, take care of their requirement that they can do 24/7 operation sustainably without fail. So this is the deliverable of Industry 4.0 revolution, which is being talked about. Let us see the cycle of Industry 4.0 transformation. If we start from Industry 4, from cycle 0 to till date, what we are looking, so I'll just go to the transformation cycle, that first we need to connect the assets, then understand what is the kind of data coming over here, how we can convert the data into insights, do the predictive part of it, bring the automation into action, and then we complete the cycle of Industry 4.0. And all this is helped with the help of Industry 4.0 enablers, which we talk about over here in terms of robotics, in terms of cloud, edge clouds, very different IoT sensors and applications, and then driven by the private wireless network, which is industry grade. Yes, we have wireless technologies in place, but the kind of industry grade private wireless networks which delivers the requirement for Industry 4.0, unlocking the potential over here. And believe me, this is again a study by McKinsey and Nokia, that there are 14 million industries globally. As we see the distribution across different verticals, they are looking for this transformation journey. But the needs of each and every industry and the segment is totally different. And each has to be addressed as per their specific requirement and specific use cases. So if we see in summary, what kind of use cases or the industry is asking for, which private wireless networks to support in their environment. So if we talk about, without going much into all the vertical segment, starting from the power sector, utility sector, to the mining, to the airports, to the port, shipping, automobile manufacturing, there are different use cases. And we see the on a horizontal level, around more than 50 to 60% use cases are mostly common in all the industry verticals. Remaining 30-40% are basically specific to this use case of particular industry over here. So this is a requirement which industries are asking from us globally, world over, and India is not far away from that. As we speak, we have been engaging, I have been personally engaging more than 100% industry verticals over here, the CIOs, the IT teams who are looking to do the digital transformation, how they can bring their assets, people, and monetize their assets and improve the OEE part of their organization. Before we get into the what private wireless networks are, let us just see the ingredients of the private wireless networks. So three main components. One is the spectrum, where we have through auction, we have our CSP partners who are able custodian of the spectrum. Then second is basically the equipments which are portable, which have kind of zero touch automation was there employed and deployed in the field. And after on top of it, the enablers. If we talk about these enablers, these are the main thing which connects the industry machines, which are old ones. We are not talking about the new ones. Even the new laptops are not 5G ready. But when we have to connect to the existing machines, think of the industrial or automobile manufacturing areas, how we can, with the help of these enablers, we can connect those machines and take out the important data, on a real-time basis, and then do the predictive analysis and do our work. In that sense, we can create the complete environment for us, which is worker-friendly, which improves our cost, do the improvement of OEs. And all this is done with a complete dedicated on-prem environment, fully secure in the control of an enterprises. So that's the basically basic ingredients of any private wireless network deployed at industry level. And as we speak, whether it is 4.9G or 5G, and tomorrow going to be 6G, Nokia is making it happen globally and in India. How? This is the kind of reference we are carrying as on date global. We have close to 600 private wireless network across different vertical industries for port, mining, manufacturing, automobiles, even in the airports, then on the armed forces as well. So these are different references which are there, and we are providing across the globe this kind of networks. And on top of it, we support the full end-to-end portfolio, starting from radio to the services to the core deployment, edge applications, segmented application for segmented vertical use cases. whether we talk about port, mining, because we know that for these industries, the machines which are there, they require certain industrial connectors also, so that we can take the traffic out of from here, and how we need to, encapsulate that, analyze that. So these kind of things are also required. It is not just simple Wi-Fi plug and play that you just connect it and everything is done. So this kind of portfolio is being developed by Nokia over here. And this is done again with the three different partners, which are very much ecosystem players. That one is the service providers, second is the industrial body ecosystem players, the various OEMs, manufacturer of different machines for different industry verticals. They are very important for us to get partnered, and they need to tell us that what kind of traffic and what kind of data is taken out from them, so that the predictive analytics, the maintenance, and other things can be done for these machines. And third is the system integrator and consulting, because we need to get into the 14 million kind of industry rolled out and the transformation. It can't be done by a single or two or three entities. We need lot of partners in different domains, different expertise level, so we can see the potential available for over here. And this is till now, it was not theory. Practically, apart from global, we have deployed these use cases, this private wireless network in Chennai, where we are manufacturing radios from 2G to 5G and exporting to the rest of the world. And we have implemented use cases in the domain of automation, massive IoT, analytics, and digitization. And if I just try to highlight over here that in case of automation, we are running AGVs, AIVs, collaborative robots, the telepresence robots over here for the helping our manufacturing process in our Chennai factory. In case of IoTs, we are talking of LoRa, Zigbee-based solutions, carry forward backhaul to the private wireless network, which enables the real-time help to the shop floor guys. The indoor positioning solution. Indoor positioning solution, it gives the accuracy of our assets lying in a 55,000 square meter area kind of shop floor within a vicinity of 1 meter. So that's the kind of accuracy we are developing in the indoor positioning solution. Again, with the help of industrial connectors, the predictive analytics which we are able to do for machines or robots, AGVs and AIVs, it helps us see how we have to streamline our SMT lines. So these are the things which have really helped us. In Chennai, we have deployed more than 100 use cases on the private wireless network. Digital twin, like we were talking yesterday a lot about digital twin. The complete assets of our factory is we can see on a single TV screen where they are lying, their ideal or their working condition, if they got faulted, when it got into fault condition, when is going to get rectified, which department is taking care of. So all those things are being taken care in a single TV screen. We can see the digital twin of complete factory in terms of assets. So this is the kind of use cases we have deployed, and they are real in word. Some of the use cases has been deployed by people in different industry verticals as a journey of Industry 4.0 revolution. And also we couldn't do in one day. So we will just show you the journey of this. We started with hardware automation, then we started putting AGV, robotics automation, then different use cases came into play. So it's a journey which we have followed over a period of 3, 4, 5 years, where we have come to this place that we are running seamless 4G network. We did trial 5G network when the trial spectrum was offered to us for the industry people. And after that, now these are use cases are running on 4.9G and also tested on 5G. So we are talking of use cases. They're available, they're working. It is a decision which the CIOs, the IT team has to take, that what kind of use case they want to develop or deploy for their particular industries. So I just covered this in a manufacturing. Basically, I'm trying to cover 3 major industry over here right now: vertical industry, manufacturing, automotive, ports and mining, which are the ones which are driving this globally. Also, we have seen kind of use cases or the deployment of private wireless, because the connectivity for these areas are very minimal in those places. So in the manufacturing environment, I just covered that how we divide this industry or a manufacturing plant into 4 different categories, and then what kind of use cases are planned, what kind of use cases can be seen from them, starting from the training, virtual reality-based training, to the worker safety, to the digital twin of campus, as well as asset monetization. So name a use case or or as per the need, the software is available, which can be dovetailed and can be backhauled with the private wireless network. And we can see the things on our mobile handset, what is the production on a daily basis or hourly basis. Moving to the mining, which is very important, and they are the most hungry for connectivity, because in the remote areas, there's no connectivity available from any of the CSP or live or the fiber part of out there. So, but the mining industry is driven by three main parameters. If you see the health and safety, the productivity, and the efficiency, which means cost per ton. And they are looking for the digitization and automation of their operations. And so many use cases they are looking to deploy, that how this can help them, digitize and automate their operations. They're talking of, remote operation of their drilling haulage systems, maintain asset tracking, worker safety, all the use cases they are looking for these things. If I just dwell into the use case required for the mining, whether we talk of underground mining or on the open pit mining, so many use cases have been listed and people have deployed it. As we speak today, Nokia has deployed more than 80 mines, private wireless network, both combined of open pit and underground mines, where everybody has taken a different journey of deploying of use cases as per their needs, whether they do want remote operations, or they want worker safety first, or they want surveillance. So these use cases people are seeing as per their need, and they're deploying it in the mining area. And in India, similar things are happening, which we have been talking to major miners over here, and they're looking for it, how to get it deployed. And they were waiting for the 5G spectrum, which can deliver a lot of data, video, and other things. So the things are moving in this direction as we speak. And some analytical reports, which from McKinsey, from the miners, as well as the equipment OEMs in the mining industry, we can see the kind of savings they are expected to reach when they do the digitization and automation of any mine location. So these are the numbers which we are talking in terms of saving in dollar value, saving of fuel, which means the sustainability, then how they can increase the production, asset monitoring, all those aspects are taken care when you go into digitization and automation journey of any industry. So these are the particular things which we will talk about in mines. Moving to port, they are not too far away. When we go to the port remote area, whether we go to JNPT, Pipavav, or Mundra, or anywhere else, the connectivity is very poor. And we see the daily footfall of 5,000 to 7,000 people over there. So the connectivity for normal human being is very difficult. Forget about for the cranes, for the assets, or truck moving, and when it's moving, where it is idling, and all the things. So these are the use cases which people are looking for push to talk, push to video communication, drone surveillance, mission critical connectivity for these guys. How to track my assets, how to track that and do the connectivity when the ship is coming. How can I make my berth ready for that? So how can make the more moves from the cranes and all. So these are the use cases which people have deployed globally. And if I give you the data that what kind of savings they have achieved, it is humongous in nature. Even by just deploying, you can see that how they can improve the berth movement. When the ship is, how much time is required to offload a ship when it comes to the berth. So they're kind of increasing the number of movement. They're able to turnaround time from 10 hours, they can reduce to 4 hours. So these are the kind of various benefits they can give. How much TEU they can increase on an annual basis? 10% increment, which is huge in numbers. So if without going much into all the details, that what kind of efficiency which have been achieved by globally, and these are not the Nokia numbers, so these are the published numbers from different port guys, that what kind of efficiency they have achieved in different deployments, whether we talk of US terminals or German terminals or in Africa or Latin market. So similar things, operators, the terminal operators over here, they are trying to replicate the things in our Indian ports over here. As we talk about the global APM guys, Maersk guys, or the other port terminal guys, they're looking for such kind of implementation over here. And as we speak, we have done some trials along with Airtel, that how the digitization journey can be started for these guys. So just to summarize, this is all from my side, but just to summarize in a very brief video of 2-3 minutes, we will see that apart from these industries, what additional can be done for other industries, so that you can have a quick glance of the things.
When it comes to transporting materials, autonomous mobile robots really deliver. The coverage, reliability, and other features of private wireless give this next generation of intelligent the awareness they need to avoid obstacles. Data to stay updated on production changes, cameras and sensors. Digital twin puts a data-rich model of an object process in your hands, so you can understand the path smarter and fast turnaround process can be a big source of efficiency. The private wireless connectivity can change that. Real-time data, increased automation, faster and more accurate. Safety is another big concern. Using wireless CCTV cameras, blind spots, ATT cameras on public use and emergency vehicles. Faster, detailed operational awareness of the entire site. Soon responders to emergencies in no time. With 360-degree situational awareness, you can get the widest possible picture of safety and sustainability. Connect machinery, vehicles, staff, and IoT sensors for remote health and safety monitoring. Get data from sensors, cameras, drones, and more. Use video feed analytics to remove workers from hazard. Autonomous vehicles push all the right buttons for productivity, efficiency, and safety. Power autonomous drilling and hauling for 24/7 operations. Use AI and predictive alerts to avoid obstacles while monitoring remote automated operations in real time. Private wireless covers virtually every corner of the terminal. Mobile broadband, passing data between vehicles, trains, and employees. This improves yard operations in many ways. Better operational control and worker safety, enabling real-time monitoring of reefers with incident alarm data for rapid response. A data-rich private wireless network also provides sweeping situational awareness for drones, sensors, and other devices. Highly reliable voice connectivity keeps communications clear while pushing wearable sensors to boost effectiveness and employee well-being. And throughput can be improved with private wireless connectivity. Outage and voltage management. Critical devices. Optimize performance. Rapidly access
So let's unlock the potential of 5G till we reach to the 6G. Thank you. Happy to be here and answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Amit. It is always very exciting to look at the potential of 5G. I just wish that the CIOs or the IT organizations do, write down the checks to put up all the 5G networks and bring up the productivity. Anyway, now I would like to call upon Mr. Chip Stevens, Senior Director of Product Management, Cineverse.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for having me. I'm thrilled to be here. I'm thrilled to be in India and coming to talk to you about this. I'm going to have a little bit of a different take than what you've heard over the last 2 days. The one thing that's been very constant, though, that we've talked about, that all the different panels have talked about, and my colleague from Nokia did a very nice job of setting me up, so I appreciate that, is monetization, right? So we've talked about the networks, we've talked about the standards, and what is the one subject that keeps coming up over and over and over again? Great, how do I make money, right? We've spent all this money, we've built all these networks, we've done all these things. Where is this increase in revenue? Where is this money coming from? And so I'll start off with a little bit of an opinion piece on this, in that, when 5G came around, right, in terms of monetizing it, we thought about it the same way we thought about how did we do 4G? How do we do 3G? How do we do 2G? Right? It's the same standards. It's the same way of exchanging records that we've been doing for 30 years. Right? So even if you think about it from a consumer standpoint, and the consumer is sitting there going from 4G to 5G, and if you were to ask the average non-telco person, right, what's the big deal with 5G? What would they say? It's faster. So so the problem is partially, right, is we didn't educate our consumer base enough to allow them to think about, well, maybe I should have to pay more to get more, right? Maybe I should have to do more or to consume all these great services. They got used to, well, of course it should be faster. Of course I should get more. Of course it should do better. And so, as we're thinking about this, as this is a 6G conference and we're thinking about it, right? So you've got 6.5 years to consider this. And, one thing I would encourage you as I kind of walk through this, the thing I would encourage you is to be thinking about that. And it's great to come up with these technical network, solutions, right? It's great to have these standards. But as you're going through that process, the thing you want to be thinking about is not only what are the use cases, but how am I going to monetize those use cases, right? Where are we going to make money on that? It can't just be another iteration of faster, better, cooler stuff, right? So with that, we'll jump into this. So what does this look like? So I thought it'd be a good idea to kind of start with, and I entitled this yesterday and today, tomorrow, right? I could have easily said today and tomorrow, but really we're straddling those lines of where are we and where do we want to go, right? So we're kind of going from, a 3G, 4G world and M2M, machine to machine stuff, tap records to exchange, right? Retail pricing, right? One of the panelists yesterday, I thought spelled it out perfectly, in that the way carriers, I think, have always thought about this monetization is very much a B2C, right? How are my consumers going to do it, and how do I charge my consumer? Well, when we look forward, what is that going to look like? What are we going to go to? That needs to change, right? Like I said, he started to go down that path, and I'm like, uh-oh, he's going to steal a big part of my presentation. But I thought it was a very good lead-in, because I think it's very, very important that you have to change your thought process about who is it that's consuming your stuff? Who is it that you're partnering with? How do I charge for these things? Who am I going to interact with? Right? So instead of doing retail pricing, you probably need to start thinking about wholesale pricing, right? You think about private networks, right? You think about going from very simple pricing models. Today it's, I have so much data that costs so much money, here's your bill, right? It's very simple. And so what that doesn't allow you to do, being so simple, it does not allow you to then monetize that very well, does it? Because with 5G, you got lots of cool things you could do, right? We could do network slicing. We could identify traffic based on the type of traffic it is. So not all traffic is created equal. And what we have seen over and over again from the analysts is that enterprises are willing to pay premium prices to get very specific services delivered. But today, I would say that this is where we're in that straddling area. Today, you're not able to do that, right? Because it's so simple. So one of the things you'll hear me talk over and over again is you need to be able to identify that traffic. What does that look like? And then who is consuming it at the end? Maybe you need to think about that differently. Now, the good thing is what's coming, or what's here now, it's not even coming, it's here now, is that there's a new standard for exchanging records. And that's the BCE that I refer to, the billing and charging evolution. So as we were rolling out all the cool 5G network stuff, also from a billing and charging perspective, we've come forward. We've given much more flexibility in what we charge for. How do we charge for it? How do I identify it? And that's critical, right? Because if you don't have that sort of standard method of being able to monetize these things, then you're going to keep having that same conversation over and over again, right? When you're going to have to go explain to your CFO, well, here, you know, hey, we're once again going to drop our prices because everybody else is dropping their prices. Right? That's a bad place to be. And it's because we can't identify and we can't monetize those things well enough. So you've seen lots of stats, you've seen lots of numbers, and I thought this is a really interesting way to look at this, and that this is, you know, where do we think the IoT traffic? So you're going to hear a lot more about IoT from our other panelists, but just to give you an idea of where this is and how IoT is being consumed today, is that, you know, as a carrier in your network, is all these IoT devices, almost 70% of them, over 70% of them are permanent roamers onto your network. So what does that mean? That means somebody else's SIM card is sitting on your network in some IoT device, and it's transmitting very small bits of information over predetermined amounts of time, right? Well, the problem with that is that's generating tons and tons of traffic, and you know what you're not able to do? Monetize it, right? Because again, it's so small, you're talking KBs of packets, right? So again, that's a very retail way of looking at it. So what we have going forward is a very wholesale way of looking at it, right? So what we have is there's a lot of business challenges, right? Things are changing. We all know that. That's why we're here, right? The networks are changing. Technologies are changing. Who your business partners are probably going to change. What are your use cases? Everyone keeps talking about that. What's my use case? What's my killer app, right? What are my usage patterns? Who's using it? Where are they using it? What are the commercial models? Old commercial models, I'm telling you, is not going to cut it, right? And so this creates lots of challenges for us. You know, there's friction in that business process. So as much as, again, as we want to think of 5G, we want to think of 6G as a purely network thing, the more you can involve your business partners and say, hey, this is what's possible. Now let's figure out how do we go monetize it, right? If you were to go have that conversation right now, you'd probably get a lot of blank stares. You know, how do we exchange? You know, it's difficult because you have lots of different formats coming in. If you want to go as you know, the great video we just looked at, if you want to go do private wireless, you're probably going to start having a lot more different kinds of records that are going to come in, or different formats that are going to come in, right? That's extra overhead, that's extra work, right? The workflows that go through this, how do I then initialize that, right? How do I get those into the marketplace? How do I get those into my network so I know what's going on, right? How do I handle disputes? Again, these are uncomfortable topics that you really need to think about of, you know, it's all well and good to roll out these new services, but if you're not thinking of these things, right? How do I know what business logic's been applied? How do I know what's the right business logic? You don't want to find out 6 months down the road, right? Holy cow, I mistariffed that, right? Or, oh, wait, I was only supposed to give them, you know, 100 gig pipe and I've given them way more than that. And so they've been using my network for free for 6 months. So when we look at this, right, what you want to be looking at going forward is being able to fix all these. And the great thing is that this exists in the market today. This is not fantasy. This is not, hey, we're working on the standards. Hey, it'll be available in you know, when 6G comes out. A lot of the things that'll fix these things are available today, right? So consensus processing, doing more validation and compliance up front, right? Making your workflows very uniform. So it doesn't matter kind of who the partner is or what you're getting in. We can make that all very uniform today. What does reconciliation look like, right? Again, these are very important business things. How do I make sure the right people are getting paid for what they've delivered? You know, how do I get more visibility online as to what's happening, right? How do I get my money faster, right? Your CFO will love you when you can say, hey, look, I can cut this down from 30 days to hours or days, right? Or 60 days or 90 days. How many of you have like more than 90-day payment terms on things? If you could drop that down to being able to do it on a daily, weekly basis, your CFO is going to love you for that. So this is meant to be a bit of a provocative kind of leading question. What does this mean, right? What does all this mean? You're probably wondering, you know, is this a massive opportunity for me? Is that how you're viewing it? Or is this the perfect storm that's coming your way and you're about to get flooded and you have no idea what to do? So the good thing is that, hopefully we can educate you a little bit, give you some more ideas, give you some more tools as to what can be done. But this is kind of what you need to start thinking about is what does this look like, right? As 5G goes to 5GSA, as 5GSA goes to 6G. Learn from those mistakes. Don't create a network and then go, oh, well, let me go see how I'm going to go monetize it. The tools exist today to monetize it. So as you're getting there to 6G, as you're rolling these things out, as you're rolling private networks out, as this avalanche of IoT stuff is coming, you want to be able to make sure that you can identify it and monetize it. So again, a bit of a leading question here. So I want to, I come at this from a very roaming kind of centric basis. Now, the interesting thing is that our business is changing, right? Or that business is changing. That sort of carrier to carrier, B2C exchanging that traffic is really changing, right? And the reason we had to come up with a new standard is that TAP is the old kind of the B2C, it's been around for 30 years standard of how do we exchange records. And the problem is that it was rigid. There was no flexibility to it at all, right? So every time a new thing came out and you wanted to try and somehow, well, how do I get my money out of either my carrier partner or even better, my enterprise partners, that there was no way to do it. It was all very just X times Y equals Z, right? That's it. And so the other problem is your legacy billing models are very impractical. We'll talk about roaming IoT. I think one of the panels is going to talk about that. Again, it's very impractical, right? How do I get that? How do I make it so that I'm actually charging, right? Here's the holy grail we all want to talk about. How do I charge for what's actually being used on my network, right? Isn't that what you really want? Isn't that going to make you the hero to your CFO? And so today, what one of our problems is that from an IoT perspective is those devices, those things are consuming your network resources and you are probably not collecting any money on it. So that's an uncomfortable truth, right? And it's something that, we in the industry don't like to talk about these things. We don't want those out in the open, right? The last thing you want to do is go walk into a C-suite and say, oh, well, yeah, all that. They're like, hey, why is our data usage up and we're not making any more money? You don't want to have that uncomfortable conversation, right? So the time is now to start thinking about it, right? 5G is we're starting to see the first kind of 5GSA, actual up live roaming networks coming coming to be right now. So you've not missed the boat. You're not behind the curve at all. So these are things that you want to start thinking about. How do I want to charge for those services? Can I charge for those services? Who are my customers going to be? And the great thing about this is that by creating a monetization strategy now, it's really going to give you that opportunity to do that, right? And if you're a network operator, or if you deal with network operators, the biggest thing here is that think of 4G, right? When 4G kind of came and then 5G happened behind it, what happened? You went from controlling your consumer, controlling that customer, to now it's just, and again, I'm willing to start ducking if you want to throw things at me, but they became a bit of a dumb pipe, right? Consumers, what did they do? What's the first thing they did? Oh, great, I'm going to get WhatsApp. I don't know, why send a text message? I get all the data I can consume for free. Right? Or they're paying for it, but in essence, it's for free. So that's the first thing they did. I'm just going to go over the top of you. Now, the good thing that's happening though, from that perspective is that consumers are now realizing, well, they have app fatigue, right? I don't want to have to control, 20 different things on my phone to do the 20 different things that I want to do. So who's the one person sitting there that has that ability to not only control that interaction, but also then start, again, like I said, start thinking about what are you doing from an enterprise perspective? How do you go after those mining customers, right? How do you go after airports? How do I monetize that? How do I work with the health industry to do telehealth, right? How do I work with call centers, right? To provide these services and to be able to get paid for them. Again, enterprises are willing to pay for these things if you're providing this good service for them, right? The second bullet there is is to me what probably one of the most important things here. You have to be able to identify and categorize and monetize these untapped revenue streams. And again, the good news is the standards exist, the ability exists to be able to do that, right? You have to understand what's going on in your network. That's the other thing. What does that traffic look like? Who's using it? What are they using it for? You know, look at those use cases, right? You know, one of the biggest things that we see that I think over the next several years that you're going to see is how is private wireless used? If you think about it, private wireless is, and again, there's no offense to my Nokia friends, but everything is an island, right? So what is the big thing everybody wants, right? What are you've come to expect? Seamless, interconnected connectivity, right? I want to be able to take my phone, go to where I want to go and use my phone, and I don't want to have to think about it, right? Think to the bad old days of roaming, right? Whoever my carrier was, as soon as I went to another, I came off their network, what happened? Call dropped, I got to call my friend back, right? Or you'd tell them, hey, call me and then hang up and I'll call you back so you don't have to pay for the call, right? So, you know, as you're thinking about those things and what that leads you to is implementing wholesale charging. You've got to start thinking B2B. That's where the money is, right? Your consumers are your consumers, right? It's great to have hundreds of millions of subscribers. It's awesome. But their expectation is always going to be, I want more, I want it cheaper, and I want you to give me more services for that. And I don't want to pay for it, right? That's, you know, I talk to operators all over the world, and they all say the same thing, right? That's what their consumers are telling them. And so you can either keep going down that path or you can change the conversation, right? I remember an old quote of, I'll summarize it basically, that said, if the story you're telling doesn't work, change the story, right? Quit thinking that this is a B2C thing. It is, but it isn't. They're not going to be the ones cutting you the checks, at least not the checks your CFO is going to want to see. Right. And the other thing is you've heard this over and over again, you've got to be able to automate these processes. How do I make this quicker? How do I make this more seamless? How do I remove friction out of that process? And so, because I'm a roaming guy, I always like to talk a little bit about this, right? But this is, you know, if you're a carrier or you're dealing with carriers and you're worried about this, these are the things you need to think about, right? I've said it over and over again. Add that flexibility that doesn't exist today. But it is available. It's not that you can't or you shouldn't. You do need to, and it exists now, right? How are you going to deal with all those network technologies that are coming? How are you going to deal with all those use cases that are coming? How are you going to deal with, you know, the machine learning and all of those things, AR, VR, all those things? What are you going to do when 6G happens? Are you still going to be trying to wedge things into a consumer model? No, it's impractical. So I'll leave you with this. This is my final thing. And again, if you know you don't take anything else out of this, I would highly, highly encourage you to memorize these 4 things. If you want to monetize your traffic correctly and properly, so that you're getting paid for all those resources you've consumed in creating your networks, whether it's a 5G network, whether it's a 6G network. 4 things. You need to identify that traffic, right? Who's using it? And then you need to categorize that traffic. What is it being used for? And then once you've done that, then what you need to start doing is, how do I simulate those charging models? Well, if I charge differently, what does that look like? Is it really more money, or am I making it worse for my customers? Right? Then negotiate. This is the thing, you know, probably it's a different sort of way of thinking about it. But once you know how your network's being used and you know how you want to monetize it and you know what's being done, then you can go have a good negotiation with whoever your user is. If it's your consumers, then go talk to them about that. Hey, look, if you want to stream Netflix or if you want to stream, you know, YouTube videos or whatever it is you want, well, maybe you should have to pay a different price for that. Or I want more bandwidth, or I want faster. Fine, if it's okay to have faster, but faster is going to cost you. Today, you can't separate that out and charge for that. So once you've done those things, then we finally get to the subject of my conversation, which is monetizing. right? Then you can start to make profitable business decisions about how your network and how your data is being used. So with that, thank you again. This has been fantastic for me. I look forward to hearing the rest of my colleagues talk, and thank you all very much for your time today.
Chip Stevens, I think there were some very thought-provoking questions that you actually raised. Sometimes these are like under the surface. Thank you for bringing it out, right? These are very, very important topics for all the operators and the ecosystem players. Now I would like to invite Mr. Sadaf Siddiqui from Keysight.
Okay, so very good morning to all of you and a very warm welcome once again. So we had some amazing sessions, and in fact yesterday also, I'm not sure if all of you were there, but there were some amazing talks around like 5G, how exactly it is shaping up, and then the road towards 6G. So firstly, I believe my best wishes to the organizers for organizing this very first 6G conference, because I think although we might see this as a bit early from a standard perspective, but I think in today's world, we have to be very aggressive in terms of technology, because the time to all these technology windows, it's getting very shorter day by day. And while 5G was a very different standard, maybe few years back when it started shaping up and the way it was envisioned, so it was very different from the earlier standards. The previous standards, the thinking was more towards calls and data in terms of limitations and strictly, I would say, sticking to your phones. But the way 5G was thought upon and it was drafted, so now as since morning also we are hearing very interesting use cases. We heard about Industry 4.0, so that is like one of the key use case which we will see moving forward with 5G and beyond. And likewise, we are talking about variety of use cases. So be it its implication in healthcare segment, in automotive segment, in education, and a lot of these things like including IoT and all. So because of that, we see 5G as a bit different standard, and this will continue with 6G and beyond. Now, very interestingly, like when our Honorable Prime Minister rolled out 5G about a few months back in the month of October, I believe. So this is happening at a very fast pace, meaning the way it is getting rolled out. But again, as we heard in some of the talks, that still we have to see the full usage of 5G. We also have to really look upon the monetization aspects, which is very true, because in any of these technology, one key aspect is on the technical front, but the second key aspect is also on the ROI front. So the investments, what we are putting in, be it in terms of designs, be it in terms of setting up the infrastructure, setting up services, setting up networks and all. So we really have to look into the ROI also. Now we as an organization, so I'm coming from Keysight Technologies, and we work very closely with the standard bodies, with various segments, be it, I would say, telecom operators, service providers, chipset manufacturers, then academic research and all. So we all have been sort of talking about how exactly we can look into the ROI front also, and that's one of the key aspects also for today. So in maybe next 5 or 10 minutes, I'll try to talk about one interesting aspect. I'm not sure if some of you have heard about this. So maybe I'll just do a quick check with the raise of your hands. How many of you have heard about this term, RedCap? Okay, few of you. So maybe, yeah, so maybe next 5 to 10 minutes, probably you will get some insights about this thing, and then what exactly it means and how exactly we can look into very interesting use case over here also. Okay, so this is basically what we say as a light version, 5G NR light version, or the reduced capacity. So in most of the sessions, most of the presentations, we sometimes highlight about the various upper side advantages of 5G, like the three key pillars, if you see, enhanced mobile broadband or massive communication or ultra reliable low latency. So these are really good words, and the way 5G is drafted, we are really looking about the upper limits and all. But sometimes we also have to scale it back to achieve maximum advantage from this particular technology. Because for sure, 5G will help in Industry 4.0 in private networks, which is really required these days. But then we are also talking about some basic or mid-tier categories like IoT, wearables, automation, which is as of now limited to some fixed technologies, but we can definitely make use of 5G in those categories also. So this is exactly the direction for this particular light version, what is being called as 5G NR light version or reduced capacity or RedCap, which was sort of included in release 17. And now in release 18, we will see more progress around this. So typically, if you look the use cases over here, we are talking about things like industrial sensors, we are talking about wearables and surveillance, wherein these sort of use cases don't require like all these max capabilities or max features which 5G can provide. But definitely if we just scale it down, so probably we will have wider use cases. And then it will also bring down the design cost, it will bring down the operational cost, and then also from the investment perspective, I think we should be able to achieve good returns for some of these use cases. So the cost reduction strategies, as I mentioned, probably we are designing in a way that we are reducing on some of these capabilities, either in terms of, so this particular slide talks about that. Like if you look into these use cases, sensors, wearables, or surveillance, we are not really talking about very high data rates, which typically you hear in 5G, NR, or maybe in other bands also. We are talking about maybe subtle data rates, which can really help in achieving all these capabilities. So we are talking about, let's say, up to maybe 150 megabits per second. We are also not talking about very tight, precise latency figures and all. But then again, as I mentioned, this is really a very broad-based use case, broad-based industry, which can help in making 5G as one of the use case over here also. Okay, now, how exactly this is shaping up in terms of benefits, and while we are trying to scale down some of the capabilities, are there any trade-offs? So definitely in terms of benefits, as I mentioned, we are sort of scaling down any of these things which you might have heard about with respect to 5G. So 5G, we often hear about massive MIMO, for example, we hear about 256 QAM modulation scheme and all. We talk about full duplex, TDD, FDD. So here it's exactly, we are sort of limiting all these parameters, as I mentioned about data rates. We are sort of limiting the MIMO capabilities. We are sort of limiting the modulation scheme, which is being drafted. And the second column, if you see, so this is the biggest advantage, that while we are trying to scale it down, the biggest beneficiary is in terms of we can really reduce the cost over here. Okay. Now trade-offs, so again, I won't say as a disadvantage over here. Trade-offs meaning definitely in terms of data rates, there are certain limitations, but end of the day, it's up to the designers or providers that they can again think of scaling it up as required. Okay, so we heard about these three triangles. So one of my co-panelists mentioned about that when release 15 or 16 or 17 was drafted, and the three vertical pillars, what we talk about is enhanced mobile broadband, massive machine communication, or ultra reliable low latency. So we are just trying to add another capability over here, or another triangle over here, which can really sort of good implications on wide variety of use cases, meaning the IoT, the smart IoT, what we say. And again, smart IoT, even from an Indian perspective, Indian segments perspective, you see, we are talking about smart cities, for example, or smart industries, for example. So again, a very strong implication over here, which is having a very tight cost reduction. And then from a ROI perspective, a very good feature over here. So one key thing to highlight over here. Now, this is something which is not just limited to FR1 band, because some of you might think that while we are talking about 5G NR, light and all, is it really up to like sub 6, sub 7 gigahertz? So the story is we are also thinking beyond that, typically taking it to FR2 band also. And here again, you will see a lot of technologies, what we say as cellular IoT, getting pulled into these bands also. So this is exactly the specifications, what is being captured in release 17 and release 18. As I mentioned, probably we will have more progress in terms of 5G NR light version in the RedCap capabilities. And probably this will be interesting to see how exactly this mid-tier use cases will also take advantage of 5G, which is like evolving. And also the idea is, while we all are here in 6G conference, probably some of you might be thinking why we are so much talking about 5G. So the idea is 5G, it's not yet done. Right now, while it is getting rolled out, we are more focusing on FR1 band, but probably moving forward, we will see more work around millimeter wave or FR2 bands. And that is when probably it will also give a good road towards 6G, because 6G is like we are just talking about some higher data rates, some wider bandwidths, and probably some additional use cases, which can provide us more immersive experience. So with this, I'll just highlight one last slide from organization perspective. So we are very much associated with the standard bodies, and we are also trying to think how exactly, probably with some of these capabilities, we can also look into the ROI perspective. Test being an investment, we are also thinking upon on how each of these different use cases, they really don't have to always look upon the higher investments or higher set of equipments. Probably they can also minimize their investments with respect to design, test, and measurement, and end of the day get benefit with respect to the ROI. So any of you, like if you are associated with RedCap or probably thinking about 6G also, so we do have a strong presence over there, and we are there in the next hall. So you are most welcome to talk to us, discuss us, and I'll be happy to take any questions. With this, I'll end my session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sadaf Siddiqui. Right, this was quite interesting. The RedCap concept is certainly worthwhile to look at, though I'm sure that I think just as an input from an operator community, right, the benchmark from a cost improvement perspective is not going to be what is the today's 5G, but it should be, I mean, from what is today in the 4G domain, what's available. And we'll certainly look forward to what really comes out from the standardization and how the entire ecosystem player really take this forward, because that's a real challenge to solve. Also, thank you for sticking to the time. I now invite Mr. Mahesh Baswaraju from Rhodes and Schwartz.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this 6G India 2023. My name is Mahesh Baswaraju. I'm the market segment manager for wireless communications in Rhodes & Schwartz. So today I have two aspects to focus on. One is the 6G research area, the strong possible candidates for 6G. And then the second aspect would be about how Rhodes & Schwartz is adding value or contributing to these early R&D projects through our solutions. So that would be the agenda for my short session today. And going into the 6G research areas, so here we have the different candidates. So for example, whenever we move from one generation to the next generation, obviously we are talking about new waveforms, new multiple access schemes, new channel coding schemes, and then how we can bring in efficiency into the communication system. And as with 4G to 5G, we had the introduction of massive MIMO, and now this is going to turn more into ultra massive MIMO, as you see here. And then the network topologies are also very important, where This will evolve with the distributed computing, and then full duplex communication. We are aiming at full duplex communication over a single carrier. And then, as many of my co-panelists also highlighted, security and trustworthiness right from the design, from the start. Yeah. So these are some of the features we expect from the next generation wireless communication technology. And then we have also the photonics, visible light communication. So in the simplest form, it is like a light emitting diode, which is transmitting light with different intensities to convey, like say, for example, this is the information carrier now, visible light. And on the receiving end, we have the photonic diode, which understands these different intensities of the light to decode the zeros and ones. So visible light as an information carrier. So these are some of the candidates, which I'm not going to go into details because of the time restrictions, but I'll pick some strong candidates, like as we have seen from yesterday and also from today, like the terahertz communication, joint communication and sensing, artificial intelligence and machine learning, and then we have the reconfigurable intelligent surfaces. So what these features or candidates are and how we are supporting the industry in realizing these technological components. Yeah. So firstly, starting with the terahertz communication and also the FR3. So here, if you look at what are the frequencies we are talking about for 6G, so terahertz by definition from ITU and IEEE means frequencies from 300 gigahertz to 3 terahertz. But most of the publications, we are now referring to anything above the 100 gigahertz up to 10 terahertz as terahertz communication. So if you look at this spectrum, the entire spectrum, we have different bands. So starting from D band, which is starting from 110 gigahertz to 170 gigahertz, and then following we have the G band, H band, and also recently in the recent WRC meeting, ITU has identified 4 candidate frequencies in the range from 275 gigahertz to 450 gigahertz, which are possible candidates for the next generation wireless communication. Yeah. So this is what we refer to when we are talking about terahertz communication. The first candidate would be here the D band, which is the 110 to 170 gigahertz, which most of the industries and academia are focusing on, to learn about how the channel responds, how the channel responds when we are using the D band for communication, wireless communication. So then what are we trying to address with the sub-terahertz or terahertz communication is, as we have seen, the shift from feature phones to smartphones, and now towards when we are moving towards the next generation of wireless communication, we'll see more and more gadgets and devices which are convergence, which is a convergence of augmented reality and virtual reality, called as extended reality. So even in our booth, MWC booth, Mobile World Congress 2023, the booth we put up in Barcelona, we had no smartphones, but an AR/VR headset from Motorola for demonstrations this time. And these kind of devices, they have different requirements. So they need higher data rates. Say, for example, if you need to project an holographic avatar in a mobile device kind of a form factor, then you need nearly 0.5 terabits per second data rate. Yeah. And also now latency, for example, is no longer just the round trip time of a packet, but it's motion to photon latency. So, so that you don't get sickness feeling when you are using these gadgets. Yeah, we are moving in this direction. And also we are moving from, say, for example, the touch based man-machine interfacing to face recognition to now, say, for example, gestures. So wherein the end user could be communicating with his device using gestures. And academia, they have identified that what could this be leading to, what might be the next. So here, these gadgets are going to use phase array antennas, and with a required range of about 1.5 meter, and also resolution, meaning to say high resolution. The current technology offers resolution in the range of centimeters. Now with the next generation of devices, we need resolutions of the order of millimeter. Yeah. And how can we achieve this? A resolution is with wider bandwidths, higher data rates. That means we have to move to a higher frequency, say for example, 340 gigahertz, terahertz range. So that is the motivation behind the terahertz being used for wireless communication. And now some of our customers are already working in this direction, designing the RFICs, the antenna arrays, which are using D-band for communication, and also wider bandwidths, MIMO, and higher order modulation scheme for achieving, say, for example, 6.2 gigabits per second end-to-end communication. And our customers are working, meaning and so are we, providing solutions. So any communication system, we have to have the basics rights, meaning to say the components used should support these high frequencies, wider bandwidth. And for component characterization, we need solutions like the network analyzer, vector network analyzer, the instrumentation, what you see here, and the ZNA family from Rohde & Schwarz. This network analyzer is been extended with a converter to facilitate research work or component characterization up to 170 gigahertz. And this is on the vector network analysis. How about the generation and analysis of a modulated signal? So here we have the well-known combo for the industry, the SMW200A and the FSW family, the vector signal generator and the vector signal analyzer, which in a standalone format can go up to 67 gigahertz. Now this can be extended with the front ends, the FE170 series, to reach up to 170 gigahertz to facilitate those initial R&D projects in D-band. So this is about network analysis, generators, analyzers. So at such high frequencies, we are talking about over-the-air testing, which means you need chambers. And here we have the chamber portfolio, development ongoing on the chamber portfolio also to support or facilitate D-band measurements. So here in the picture, you see the patented chamber portfolio from Rohde & Schwarz, chamber on wheels. So here, the feed antennas and the reflector and the turntable, all of those are getting reworked or revamped in order to facilitate those early testbed activities. So 6G, nevertheless, it will take advantage of the existing FR1, FR2. And also this terahertz is going to work on something called the unofficial FR3, termed the FR3, frequency range 3, which is nothing but the frequency range from 7.125 gigahertz up to 24.25 gigahertz. So as the last speaker yesterday, Brigadier, mentioned about this FR3, it's also kind of is going to act as an anchor when you are using sub terahertz or terahertz communication. And there are challenges with this band, but this is also kind of an interested spectrum space which the industry is looking into, the FR3, yeah, especially between the 10 to 15 gigahertz frequency range. So that was in short about the terahertz communication. Let's move on to the joint communication and sensing. So this is through, again, many speakers have highlighted about the applications or use cases around joint communication and sensing. So this is the convergence of the communication system and the sensing. So some of the use cases could be gesture detection and control. And also yesterday, Mr. Robert, the one who was talking on behalf of government of Tamil Nadu, he was highlighting about these cars using, say, for example, when they are coming around in the blind spot, the network would sense if there is a possible collision happening, then it will be, the car will be alerted about it. So similar use cases. So here, what we are trying to do is a sensing assisted communication. We are trying to come out with a sensing assisted communication system in order to achieve efficiency in, say, for example, about the beamforming, the channel status indication, interference mitigation, and so on. So all the while we had these transmitters transmitting signals, and then we had the receivers on the other end receiving the signals, but we were not paying so much attention about the additional data sets, like say, how is the signal being reflected, obstructed on the way, and also about the medium with which through which it is transmitted. Now we kind of try to learn from these data sets, additional data sets, to improve the efficiency of the communication system itself. Challenges, of course, research challenges, what frequencies to use, bandwidths to use, what kind of waveforms, these are existing, but now we are kind of going in the direction of sensing assisted communication. So in order to realize this in a lab, what would you need? A communication system, which we already know, the 3G, 4G, and 5G, and then sensing. This is also a known thing, like say radar-centric design, where we are using chirp signals for transmission or as an information carrier. So now it's converging of these two worlds called as joint communication and sensing, or integrated communication and sensing. Yeah. So here, for example, what would you need if you want to realize such a test bed in a lab? So you have the base station transmitting the signal. On the other end, you have the UEs, which are receiving. So, and then we have the blockers or the reflectors, which is this object here. And we have a communication channel here. In addition, when there is a reflector which comes into picture, so here we have a separate sensor channel which comes into picture again. And then now we have, in addition, the interference. So what would be required if we have to realize this? So there are different KPIs to monitor the communication channel. Say, for example, some of the KPIs are throughput, voice quality, video quality, RF performance like EVM, error vector magnitude, the power, the spectrum. And likewise for sensor channel, we have different KPIs, which could be the detection, the accuracy, the resolution of the sensing channel itself. And then to realize this in a lab, we need, say, for example, some of the attributes here. For the reflector would be the speed, the distance, and the angle of arrival of the signals, and so on. And to realize this in a lab, you would need a signal generation and analysis, and in addition, the object emulation. So this is this green box, what you see here. In the middle, the radar target reflector. So again, it falls back to the same instrumentation which I showed you in the previous slide for terahertz communication, the SMW, the FSW, and then the object emulator is that box called AREG 800. Yeah. So we did this demonstration already a year back in IEEE 5G Summit Dresden, and then during the MWC 2023, we had the same setup, and this setup won the GTI award in MWC. And moving next to artificial intelligence and machine learning. So here we are coming from a test and measurement company. We are a test and measurement company. And here I would like to explain about how we are using machine learning and artificial intelligence in order to achieve efficiency. Say, for example, machine learning based on neural networks. So here we take an example or a use case about how to achieve the optimum settings on a generator and analyzer to have the best possible error vector magnitude. So here I'm talking about neural network, which can take the inputs like the power level, the peak to average power ratio, the bandwidth, the frequency, and I expect the output layer to produce values for reference level, the attenuation, and the automatic gain control, for example, say. So what can we achieve with this? Say, for example, when we are using this combo, the SMW and FSW combo, so here I can have a push button wherein I just say optimize the EVM settings. So then when I push in the button, I have the optimum settings recalled or set by the training set itself in order to have the best EVM possible. So this was about the use case where we are using artificial intelligence and machine learning. So going forward in wireless communications, we can use similar ideas to achieve the best CSI, the channel status indication, feedback and enhancements the beam management, that is an area where you could use machine learning and artificial intelligence, and also to improve the positioning accuracy. So these are possible areas where artificial intelligence and machine learning can play can play a key role. And when you go to 6G, so right now, if you see the block diagrams here, each of these blocks can use machine learning or can use machine learning to train, to come up with a training model, which is optimized. And this will be the first step. And then use machine learning to replace some of these blocks to increase the efficiency. And then the third phase could be to use it as a native. Say, for example, artificial intelligence becomes native for a 6G communication system. Yeah. So these are the different phases. So individual blocks, and then maybe the receiver chain could be the first one to get these machine learning and artificial intelligence being used for replacing or optimizing some of these blocks. And then as a system as a whole, which could be the phase 3. So adoption of machine learning and artificial intelligence into 6G, future wireless communication systems. So the phase 1, here we are focusing on the easy, low-hanging fruits, like say, for example, optimizing the front end. Research work has already started back in 2020, and here I have cited some examples from IEEE. So with that, we come to the last topic, which is about the reconfigurable intelligent surface. Yeah, reconfigurable intelligent surface, what it is. So all the while, for any given communication system, we have been focusing on the transmission stream, which is the S of T, in order to have a best reception at the receiver. We assume the channel response is constant. It's something which we cannot do anything about. Yeah. So now is the time where we are changing this. So meaning to say, instead of adapting the transmission scheme to the target channel, we are now trying to adapt the channel to maximize the reception quality. So which means we are trying to play around with this channel in a response to have the best reception possible. So yesterday, Mr. Robert was also talking about this could be any material, a reflective material, maybe the paint was his example. I would say maybe the window panes. So if you look at this hotel in which we are, so this hotel has many window panes, and these window panes can be those reflective surfaces when they are equipped with controllable parameters. Controllable parameters, what could it be? Say, for example, we have the impedance. Tuning the impedance when there is an incident beam onto the window panes, the reflected signal, if I can tune the impedance or maybe the phase shifters so that the reflected beam can go in a certain direction, I have control on the channel. So I can steer the beam in a direction which I want to. So this is how I'm trying to influence the channel so as to achieve a higher efficiency. Yeah. Again, here, when it comes to test and measurement perspective, what would be required? So for a risk, that is reconfigurable intelligent surface, to measure if this surface is reflecting the signal in a desired direction. So this measurement would obviously happen inside a chamber. And this is a screenshot of the chamber. And what we are trying to monitor is the magnitude distribution and the phase distribution, the beam patterns, a simple example. Yeah. And here the chamber which you saw earlier is now been extended with side chambers which can be attached. So you have a much larger space inside the chamber. And also you can have the feeds and the probes at different locations at different angles to measure whether the reflected or reconfigurable intelligent surface is reflecting the signal in the desired direction, the beams in the desired direction. So we have this for test labs or test beds who are interested to do this work. We have solutions already today. Yeah. So some of the projects where Rohde & Schwarz is participating or is contributing to. So yesterday we had Eva talking from Telefonica, Germany. So she was mentioning about 250 million contribution from the company or from the government, where they're setting up test labs working on these topics. So here you can see some of those projects like 6G ANA, the code name is Lighthouse Project, and likewise the different projects which are backed by the government, the German government. So BMBF is the German government who is the sponsor, and you can see the partners and also our contribution, what we are trying to provide to these test beds where the early R&D is happening. So here, say for example, we are working on all this space which I mentioned, AI, ML. So here we are trying to do the proof of concept together with these partners. And then the joint communication and sensing, here we are providing all the solutions or test concept inclusive of radar, because we are also providing solutions for the radar, aerospace and defense community, and likewise the different projects you can see here. Yeah. And lastly, we are also engaging together with the academia and the industry. So here you can see some of the examples, the 4 test labs which are backed by the German government, and also the 6G flagship forum, which is backed by Finnish government, and also the industry alliance like ITU, NGMN, Next Generation Alliance, and so on. We are working together with all these partners. And yeah, this is about timeline. I think I agree with all the co-panelists' view that 5G is not a sprint, it's a marathon. And this year it would be special because still LTE is the primary player when it comes to the number of subscription. And this year, 5G would overtake the number of LTE subscribers. And there is still a lot of potential on 5G. And we will see. 5G is not going to go away. But the 3GPP release 18, we already have some foundational topics like AI, ML, extended reality, which is for the 5G, but is laying the foundation for the future wireless communication system, which is the 6G. And timeline-wise, I would agree with all the speakers who have talked about the timelines yesterday and today, that 2030 would be the time when we would see some first deployments, 6G deployments, and first 6G devices. And this will be decided what frequencies will be used in WRC 27 in the year 2027, somewhere around there. And yeah, the standardization, here you can see when it would be complete, maybe by 2030. Yeah. With this, I come to the end of my presentation, and I would like to say R&S is actively engaging with all the industry partners in different phases of fundamental research, providing expertise in test and measurement, making ideas real. So this was my part, and I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mahesh. I think we really got a glimpse of what to expect in 6G. Next session, I think is very close to me. I mean, this is from Mr. Vikas Dikshit, AVP New Product, Reliance Jio, but today representing actually a delegate of ORAN Alliance. And we'll hear how and what is happening in the ORAN Alliance to make the next generation technology. Over to you, Vikas. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I know it's the tea time, but I try to make my presentation as light as possible so that you will enjoy what I'm trying to say. So myself, Vikas Dikshit, I'm working with the Reliance Jio as AVP, and I represent a standard organization. So ORAN Alliance is one of them, which is very close to me. So I am sure that most of you know about the ORAN Alliance, but there are some of those which are not aware of the ORAN Alliance. I will try to brief you about that. So my agenda for today is that we'll talk about the ORAN Alliance, and within the ORAN Alliance, there's a new initiative started last year, very early into the phase at this point of time, called NGRG, Next Generation of the Network, which is focusing on the 6G and beyond within the ORAN organization, and which are the current stream ongoing at this point of time, where we are and what we are looking forward within the ORAN for the next generation of the network. Since we are talking about the 6G and beyond, So I try to focus more on the NG-RG aspects in my presentation today. So what is O stands for in ORAN is open. Why do we need openness? Openness is needed for many purposes. So one of the main drivers of the ORAN is that is to make a very big problem into the smaller problems and target to solve those small problems in a specified manner. So we heard a lot about the money aspects of the systems, that it requires a lot of money to do build a system, and also there was yesterday some CA was also there, and he spoken about that how do we monetize the money and other aspects. So that is other aspects, and before that we need to think that how do we bring down the cost of the network deployment. So one way of doing that is to break the big problem into the smaller problems and have a generic solutions for those. Like, for example, we all wear clothes. So what do we do to bring down the cost? We stop buying the designer clothes, which are very expensive, meant for a specific purpose. But we buy t-shirts, which is produced in the masses to bring down the cost. And the similar analogy starts have the same thing within the ORAN also, that we have all those specialized solutions which works in 2G, which works in 3G, but then we start seeing the changes from 4G onwards, and then 5G and going beyond, that we don't want to have one solutions existing, and that go for a very long period of time before we take another solutions. So in terms that we have to buy both the hardware and the software from a particular vendor, and it serves its purpose for its life, and then we have to rip and replace the whole of the things, and that's where the ORAN comes into the picture, that it tries to, okay, let me go through that why and from where it has been started. So ORAN Alliance is very new in terms of the SDO life. So it started somewhere around 2016 with Professor Sachin Katti, is the professor in Stanford University, in association with AT&T, DT, and SK Telecom, the XRAN forum. So the initial idea behind is that, can we take a brain out of the RAN and put it somewhere else and customize that brain to suit a particular need? To give you an example further, that if somebody asks me that what is a ORAN in one word, I try to explain them that what the Android has done to the mobile side around a decade before, the ORAN and the ORAN system and ORAN Alliance is trying the same in the RAN side of it. So the idea behind is that you have a system which is customizable for a particular need. And then the China is also doing something in the same domain, but in the mostly in the cloud side of it. And both of them merged together, XRAN and CRAN, and they formed the ORAN Alliance in 2018. So this is around 5 years before, and not before. So, but within this short period of time, we have this organization has grown a lot. So I have recently taken this number. So there are 324 active companies, universities, government bodies, vendors, operators. So this is grown a very big organization in such a small period of time. So idea behind is that the many companies and others are interested into this because it's trying to change something which is generic and also bringing down the costs of the network by having a very big problem into the smaller problems and the problems which can be solved in a generic manner. Okay, and there are around 2,000 delegates from different organizations which regularly participate into the ORAN. I personally associated in ORAN Alliance from 2019 onward. So since the beginning of the ORAN Alliance, I represent around 7 working groups and lead NGRG Research Stream 1, which is typically targeted to the use case and the gap analysis. So we are speaking about, we heard about the contributions from India and the contributions that is going. So I can say that I go to these standard bodies and there are, apart from the delegates, the Indian contributions is going further and further, and there are more and more, irrespective of which companies they are working for, but there is a lot of contributions coming from India, and that is very good sign for us to see that we are doing a lot of contribution into the standard bodies, and this community is strong day by day, and we expect to see more in the future. So I will spend few slides on ORAN before I will speak more about the NGRG initiative within the ORAN to set the context. So what is the ORAN? So ORAN, we see that so what is the purpose of the ORAN? So the purpose of the ORAN is that we want to create a competitive and vibrant RAN supply system and a faster innovation to improve the user experience. Okay. So how the ORAN is doing that? They have basically the 3 main streams, the specification part of it, and to brief you about this, that 3GPP is doing the standardization effort. We all know that they are doing it from many years. So idea behind ORAN standardization is not to compete with 3GPP standard, but collaborate and to work in the areas where the 3GPP does not work. So, for example, one of the interface that the ORAN Alliance has taken up is the interface between the DU and the RU. So that is, we call the front haul interface. So idea behind that interface, whatever goes on the tower, we want to minimize that. And the rest of the things, we can put it at the central server, where it can be run as a software. So it brings the 2 advantages. So we segregate hardware from the software. So, and we use the general purpose hardware in the terms that we use the COT servers and run RAN applications as one of the software component onto that hardware. So as I explained previously, that in 2G and 3G time frame, we have to buy one thing from one vendor and we kind of marry to them. But the problem arises that we want to implement a new feature. So it takes a very long time to introduce new features. So, but the ORAN Alliance is trying to solve that problem by taking out the brain out of the system and using that as a accepts and RFs. So that when we require a new features for our purpose, we can do that very easily. So, but that has to work on any system. That is where the standardization effort is going on in the ORAN Alliance, which will do the specification part of it. And there are many working groups. I will go through in my next slides that which are the working groups within the ORAN Alliance. And the second part of it is the software community. So ORAN Alliance has a very strong software community. They are building the software and it is under the Linux license. So it's kind of free for all the experimental uses and things like that. So idea behind is that we want to make those software as low cost as possible to bring down the cost of the whole system. And also there is a test bed where people can go and test their applications before it can go into the commercial market. And the third one is the test and the integration efforts. There are specific OTIC labs all over the world where the people can go and test their equipment and basically for both conformance as well as the interoperability. So there are test cases for those so that one system will work with the another system. So it is like you take your mobile nowadays, it works everywhere in the world. The similar things is happening at the RAN side also. If you build an RU, that RU has to work with any of the DU. And that is the motive behind to bring down the cost, that you build it for everyone, not for a particular person or a need or a system. This is the architecture of the ORAN Alliance from ORAN Alliance. So as I mentioned, so we are trying to, so previously this all used to be one block where you have the CU and the DU and RU and everything was inside one box. And you have certain controls in terms of what you can configure, but you can do only the things which is provided by one solutions. So first thing that the ORAN has done is to split the big problem into the smaller problems, as you can see. And then also, you see there is in the down there is a O cloud part. So what is for that means is that you run the software in any hardware. So and that's where we see a lot of interest and a lot of more players are coming in the ORAN Alliance. Either they are from the hypervisors or from the cloud community. Or from the smaller companies which are expertise into a particular domain. And the trend nowadays that we also see, which is going to be a new thing, is that there are companies which will only focus on the RFs and the accepts. So it means that you buy a system from one company and then you run accepts and RFs from the different companies. So that will bring the innovation into the RAN side of it. Like for example, in India, we use Ola, Uber, and we have all the apps in our system. But if we go to other part of the system of the world, there are same kind of things, but let's say Grab is more used in Malaysia and Singapore. But they all work in your phone. So the similar things is what Accept is doing is that we have a specific need. We will solve that need using the Accepts and the RFs. And that will be deployed on top of the near real-time RIC and the non-real-time RIC that you see. That will bring down the cost and also innovate in the future. So that is the purpose behind the ORAN Alliance. And there are many working groups in the ORAN Alliance for that. Working group 1 is for the use case and the overall architecture. Working group 2 is for the non-real-time RIC. Working group 3 is the near real-time RIC. And working group 4 mainly focuses on the specification between the DU and the RU. We have working group 6 works on the cloudifications. Working group 7 white box hardware. Working group 8 is tech reference design. Working group 9 is open XOL transport working group. And working group 10, which focuses on the O&M aspects of the system. And working group 11 is the security. So we can spend a lot of time on this slide, but I want to have my focus on the NG overview and also what's going on within the ORAN Alliance for the next generation of the network. And that is what we are discussing in this conference, is mostly related to how do we look forward. So, okay. So the mission of NGRG is to facilitate the 6G research efforts and publish research finding. And then also leverage the industry and academia 6G efforts. Achieve ORAN sustainability from 5G going on to the 6G, and also partnering with the different SDOs all over the world. There are, how do we operate that? We have a research agenda and the key priorities. There are research streams that already been established, and some of them are still in pipeline. We organize regular discussions in this effort, and also interwork with the ORAN solutions. What will be the outcome? Outcome at this point of time from NGRG will be in terms of the white papers and the research reports, and take the appropriate actions using those white papers, and sponsor workshops, seminars, and summit. In terms of the roadmap, it has been divided into 3 parts: the near terms, mid-terms, and long terms. And near term, which is started from last year to 2025, will align with the industry partner. We heard a lot about these in previous sessions, that which are the companies and the industries are working in this. So near terms objective is to align with those industry partner. Midterms is to provide input to the ORAN working group and the focus groups, and also coordinate the 6G collaborations with other SDOs. In long terms, there is a specification will be written for the 6G and also giving input to the other SDOs via LS. Research topics, there are many of those. In the constraint of time, we have heard this in many of the previous sessions. I will not go through the details about this. Research streams, which has been in discussion at this point of time within the ORAN Alliance, is related to the requirement, architecture, management, security, AI, cross-domain AI, and also the sustainability that we heard a lot during past 2 days. The current RSS which is active is 5 at the moment. The first one is related to the use cases and standard gap analysis, which I am co-leading with the others in this domain, and also the architecture of the ORAN, which is going to be changed for the 6G and next generations. Native AI and cross-domain AI cannot be separated in the next generation of the network. So there is a specific research streams for the native AI, and also for the security is another aspects which has to be dealt very carefully going forward. So one dedicated research stream for security, and another one is for the platforms. And what is ongoing at this point of time? 5 research streams are in place, 7 research items ongoing. First wave of white paper is coming this year in June, covering the use cases requirement, AI related architecture, and we have trying to establish the strong partnership with global 6G industries. And there are many workshops that has happened during the face-to-face meeting, last 2 face-to-face meeting. First was in October, and second was in Feb, and there is going to be one more in June. So this all in the constraint of time. I was not able to focus too much, but I hope it's useful for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikas, for giving a good insight on what ORAN is doing. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this panel. Over to you, Shashi.
Yeah, long panel. We are running almost 40 minutes late. So we started morning late so that we are continuing late. So do you guys want a 10 minutes break? Yeah. So we need to come back in 10 minutes because the next session we need to start at least by 12:45 at least. So I request the chair to present the mementos. First to Amit. We have tea served in both the halls. So some can go to the next hall where there is an exhibition. There also it is served. Chips Chubal. Sadaf Siddiqui. Mahesh. Then to Vikas. May I request Mr. Robert Ravi to come and present the memento to the chair. May I request Mr. Robert Ravi to present the memento to the chair.
Thank you. We'll have a group photo.
We've been adapting to change for over 150 years. Now, we're driving the next evolution, where networks meet cloud, alive with intelligence, enabling people, machines, and devices to interact in real time like never before, and making high-performance connectivity more consumable, adaptable, autonomous, open to innovation, to collaboration, networks that sense, think, and act. Because by working together with service providers, enterprises, and the world, we can create a more sustainable, productive, accessible future. By accelerating the impact of digital to reach people, places, and industries that have never been reached before. That demands more than change. That demands transformation. For us, that means pushing further with a clear vision and a new logo that symbolizes our purpose. Because it's only when all the right pieces act together that brilliance happens. The precision of tech leadership, the dynamism of a new digital era, and the kaleidoscopic colors of innovation. This is Nokia, but not as the world has seen us before. We've always connected people. Now, we create technology that helps the world act together.
Networks are evolving from connectors of humanity and technology into something far more powerful. When networks meet cloud, they become amplifiers. Everything to life with intelligence, fueling innovation, inspiring collaboration, enhancing sustainability, unlocking new ways of working that are reshaping the way we all live. Harness the exponential potential of networks. Transform your business to the power of N.
When communication can save a life. When sensors can prevent environmental catastrophe. When a tablet can teach a child to read, no matter where in the world it may be. One company responds by accelerating the promise of an intelligently connected world and sits at the center of it all. Seamless transactions, urgent alerts, personalized messages, sent securely and reliably around the globe billions of times a day, connecting the world's mobile network operators and powering the global communications technology of Fortune 2000 companies. One company is driving the innovation needed to harness the explosion of connections that will shape the future for generations to come. Because connections are what make us human, and they begin with us. Cineverse, the world's most connected company.
Too early to talk 6G? Not for wireless communications researchers. Research for a new generation of mobile wireless communications starts more than 10 years ahead of initial deployment. Launching 6G in 2030 means research has already begun. 6G will allow new, exciting use cases above and beyond 5G by combining sensing, imaging, precise timing, and intelligence at the edge with the mobility of wireless. It will further integrate communication and compute technologies into society, including using and expanding AI applications. Early 6G performance targets represent a 10 to 100 times increase over 5G, up to 1 terabit per second peak data rates, connection density of over 1 million devices per square kilometer, and centimeter-level precision positioning. Frequencies above 100 gigahertz will enable ultra-high data rate short-range networks. Precise timing requirements will bring time-engineered networks and applications and will require changing how networks operate. Delivering 6G demands significant advances in computing and networking architectures, chipset designs, radios, antennas, and materials. Exponential growth in data traffic will bring spatial spectral efficiency and connectivity challenges. Extreme modulation bandwidths and shorter wavelengths will reduce beam width and increase antenna and device integration. Radio resource optimization and intelligent networking will also require innovation in RF, baseband, and system design. Significant technical challenges are on the horizon for wireless design and test engineers. While continuing to enable 5G development and deployment, Keysight is also active in 6G programs around the globe, working on solutions for the 2030 wireless era. Our current solutions provide advanced capabilities that test far beyond 5G. With Keysight, you can build 5G today while preparing for 6G tomorrow. Explore your options today.
Today, our future is a vision. A slowly lifting veil that allows us a glimpse at what will be. We constantly strive for the very best to ensure a safer and connected world. It's a journey of discovery and exploration. Technology represents our desires and intentions. It's a looking glass of our inner drive to make ideas real. For that to happen, joint communication is key. Today, 6G is just a word to describe the next generation of mobile communications. But once the veil has lifted, 6G will be so much more. It will be the North Star splitting into 1 trillion new lights. An guiding principle in an increasingly complex world. Trusted, secure, connected. 6G will enable today's vision to evolve into tomorrow's reality. 6 because sometimes it takes a sixth sense to make ideas real.
We've been adapting to change for over 150 years. Now, we're driving the next evolution, where networks meet cloud, alive with intelligence, enabling people, machines, and devices to interact in real time like never before. and making high-performance connectivity more consumable, adaptable, autonomous, open to innovation, to collaboration, networks that sense, think, and act. Because by working together with service providers, enterprises, and the world, we can create a more sustainable, productive, accessible future. By accelerating the impact of digital to reach people, places, and industries that have never been reached before. That demands more than change. That demands transformation. For us, that means pushing further with a clear vision and a new logo that symbolizes our purpose. Because it's only when all the right pieces act together that brilliance happens. The precision of tech leadership, the dynamism of a new digital era, and the kaleidoscopic colors of innovation. This is Nokia, but not as the world has seen us before. We've always connected people. Now, we create technology that helps the world act together.
Networks are evolving from connectors of humanity and technology into something far more powerful. When networks meet cloud, they become amplifiers. Everything to life with intelligence, fueling innovation, inspiring collaboration, enhancing sustainability, unlocking new ways of working that are reshaping the way we all live. Harness the exponential potential of networks. Transform your business to the power of N.
When communication can save a life. When sensors can prevent environmental catastrophe. When a tablet can teach a child to read, no matter where in the world they may be. One company responds by accelerating the promise of an intelligently connected world and sits at the center of it all. Seamless transactions, urgent alerts, personalized messages sent securely and reliably around the globe billions of times a day, connecting the world's mobile network operators and powering the global communications technology of Fortune 2000 companies. One company is driving the innovation needed to harness the explosion of connections that will shape the future for generations to come. Because connections are what make us human, and they begin with us. Cineverse, the world's most connected company.
Too early to talk 6G? Not for wireless communications researchers. Research for a new generation of mobile wireless communications starts more than 10 years ahead of initial deployment. Launching 6G in 2030 means research has already begun. 6G will allow new, exciting use cases above and beyond 5G by combining sensing, imaging, precise timing, and intelligence at the edge with the mobility of wireless. It will further integrate communication and compute technologies into society, including using and expanding AI applications. Early 6G performance targets represent a 10 to 100 times increase over 5G, up to 1 terabit per second peak data rates, connection density of over 1 million devices per square kilometer, and centimeter level precision positioning. Frequencies above 100 gigahertz will enable ultra-high data rate short-range networks. Precise timing requirements will bring time-engineered networks and applications and will require changing how networks operate. Delivering 6G demands significant advances in computing and networking architectures, chipset designs, radios, antennas, and materials. Exponential growth in data traffic will bring spatial spectral efficiency and connectivity challenges. Extreme modulation bandwidths and shorter wavelengths will reduce beam width and increase antenna and device integration. Radio resource optimization and intelligent networking will also require innovation in RF, baseband, and system design. Significant technical challenges are on the horizon for wireless design and test engineers. While continuing to enable 5G development and deployment, Keysight is also active in 6G programs around the globe, working on solutions for the 2030 wireless era. Our current solutions provide advanced capabilities that test far beyond 5G. With Keysight, you can build 5G today while preparing for 6G tomorrow. Explore your options today.
Today, our future is a vision. A slowly lifting veil that allows us a glimpse at what will be. We constantly strive for the very best to ensure a safer and connected world. It's a journey of discovery and exploration. Technology represents our desires and intentions. It's a looking glass of our inner drive to make ideas real. For that to happen, joint communication is key. Today, 6G is just a word to describe the next generation of mobile communications. But once the veil has lifted, 6G will be so much more. It will be the North Star splitting into 1 trillion new lights. A new beacon and guiding principle in an increasingly complex world. Trusted, secure, connected. 6G will enable today's vision to evolve into tomorrow's reality. We think 6 because sometimes it takes a sixth sense to make ideas real.
We've been adapting to change for over 150 years. Now, we're driving the next evolution, where networks meet cloud, alive with intelligence, enabling people, machines, and devices to interact in real time like never before, and making high-performance connectivity more consumable, adaptable, autonomous, open to innovation, to collaboration, networks that sense, think, and act. Because by working together with service providers, enterprises, and the world, we can create a more sustainable, productive, accessible future by accelerating the impact of digital to reach people, places, and industries that have never been reached before. That demands more than change. That demands transformation. For us, that means pushing further with a clear vision and a new logo that symbolizes our purpose. Because it's only when all the right pieces act together that brilliance happens. The precision of tech leadership, the dynamism of a new digital era, and the kaleidoscopic colors of innovation. This is Nokia, but not as the world has seen us before. We've always connected people. Now, we create technology that helps the world act together.
Networks are evolving from connectors of humanity and technology into something far more powerful. When networks meet cloud, they become amplifiers. bringing everything to life with intelligence, fueling innovation, inspiring collaboration, enhancing sustainability, unlocking new ways of working that are reshaping the way we all live. Harness the exponential potential of networks. Transform your business to the power of N.
When communication can save a life. When sensors can prevent environmental catastrophe. When a tablet can teach a child to read, no matter where in the world they may be. One company responds by accelerating the promise of an intelligently connected world and sits at the center of it all. Seamless transactions, urgent alerts, personalized messages sent securely and reliably around the globe billions of times.
May I request all of you to please take your seats, otherwise we'll have lunch at 3. So to cut short that, let's start the session. May I request those who are having a tea, please bring your tea to the table. You can have it at the table. "6G building metaverse ready mobile network." That is the theme of the session. Band karao na. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's start the session. Please join us. Please join us. Please join us. "6G building metaverse ready mobile network." The session is going to be chaired by Shri A. Robert Ravi, who's the ITS officer, who's now currently at Chief Technology Officer, Government of Tamil Nadu. May I request Shri Robert Ravi to come on the dais, sir? In this session, we have Alka Astana, who is the ED of TCIL. May I request Alka to come? She is a former ITS, now with TCIL. I request Navneet Kataria, Product Marketing Manager of Enritsu. Oh, he's online. Okay, he will be online. Okay. Narang Kishore, the young man of the industry, please come on stage. And the Cyberman, Colonel Inderjeet Singh. So we have a fantastic panel today. Sir, not wasting much of your time, over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think welcome to this panel discussion. This panel is going to be a discussion. The topic is going to be a very, very interesting topic. How are you going to build metaverse-ready networks? As we were discussing yesterday and today, you know, the main movement towards 6G is going to be an immersive world. We're going to have a combination of the virtual and the reality combined together. So are the networks ready? Some of the key takes: one, you know, the network, as we mentioned, 2 key essential parameters. Your bandwidth should be at least 1 terabits per second. And you should be able to take latency of less than microseconds. So your network should be ready for that. That's the key thing. The other one, once we start doing talking about latency, it is more essential that the edge computing moves towards the edge. So your mobile network should be ready to ensure that the edge computing is also taken care of to a large extent. And a new concept of the small data analytics is coming up in a big way. We have heard about big data analytics all along. Now, big data analytics gathers data from different at a centralized place, and the analysis happens. As 6G, as we know that because of the federated learning, and things are moved to the edge. So the small data analytics requires a lot of processing power. This also should be inbuilt in the network. So your network should be able to take care of these essential capabilities. Once we talk about data processing, obviously we have the AI and ML, FL all come in together into this network. And then last important thing is your security. And the network should be security. So of course, blockchain will be a part of it. So how are we going to bring in these key elements of a blockchain or AI, FL, ML, and your edge computing into your mobile networks? So that is going to be a real challenge. Mobile ready. This panel, I'm very sure we have eminent speakers ranging from different walks of life, and they are specialized on their own. I'm very sure they'll enlighten us how these mobile networks are going to be ready for the future ready, and especially in the metaverse environment. Totally, especially I think you have that already a telecom infra project is on across the world, and we are I think we are glad at least two of our own TSPs, the Airtel and the Vodafone, are also member of this telecom infra project, which actually is into developing this metaverse ready mobile networks. So without making much time, let us hear from what our eminent speakers are. Our first speaker for the day is going to be from Navneet Kataria from Andritsu. So he's going to talk about more on this, how this metaverse ready mobile networks are going to be there and what is going to be the challenges, solutions, how 6G is really going to take on. On to you, Mr. Navneet. I think he's joining on online, I believe.
Yes, I'm here. If you guys can hear me. Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me? All right. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Please go ahead, Navneet.
All right. Thank you so much for giving Andritsu this opportunity. Respected the panelists and everybody who is a part of organizing this 6G initiative in India. And without taking a lot of time, what I'll do is I'll start sharing my slide set. And I was really influenced by some of the statements that the eminent panelist just mentioned about how networks are going to play a very important role. In fact, what we are hearing more and more about 6 years, there would be human to avatar, avatar to avatar, digital twins will exist, and you could be in India, but you could be virtually taking classes somewhere in Belgium with the help of some smart glasses. But as the panelists mentioned, the frequencies will matter a lot. And the higher you go into the frequencies, the more modulation bandwidth is available, by which you can actually reach to those 1 terabyte of speeds. Apart from that, there's a lot of talk already going on about NTN, which is the non-terrestrial networks, and you might most probably see by the end of this year or maybe early next year, you will have 5G E-Node Bs, the base stations somewhere in space on a satellite payload, and you would be able to enjoy the 5G networks while you are traveling. So without further ado, what I'll do is I'll start sharing my presentation. I've tried to keep it as small as possible. I'll try to be as quick as possible as well. Let me just quickly share my slide with you. All right, can you guys see my slide? Is it okay?
Yes, but slightly, yeah, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. So the agenda, I'm going to keep it short. As I said, I will walk you through about what 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, and what 6G is bringing on the table as far as the technology is concerned, and why is it so important. I mean, those were the eras in the late 1990s that we were thinking about, hey, 2G, GSM, and now we are in 2023 and we are thinking about, okay, can I stream HD videos? Then I'll basically touch on what frequencies are being considered for commercial 6G deployment, and there are some other applications. Just like 5G, like we had FR1 and FR2, even for 6G, there are a couple of bands in the lower frequency range and a couple of bands in the higher frequency range for higher data rates and higher modulation bandwidth that we could enjoy. And then I'll talk a little about practical challenges for beyond 5G. Some countries are calling the early 6G as beyond 5G. So I'll be covering onto that. And then I'll most probably during the entire presentation, I'll be covering as to how Enritsu solutions are helping our researchers and the research community to actually excel in the 6G world. So quickly going on to the evolution, technology has surely taken a big leap. As we all know, 2G, there was voice services and data at the rate of few kilobits, and then we moved into the 3G and 4G world where it came with a lot of promise of data rates up to 1 gigabit per second. And then all of a sudden, we made a real big jump by 5G, and the data rates were going up to 10 gigabits per second. And that is where all this, EMBB, ultra reliable low latency communication networks, massive machine type communication, even artificial intelligence up to a certain extent was being discussed at the very end of 5G, because we were able to enjoy those kind of data rates. Now, 6G is as the panelists said, gonna support data rates up to 1 terabits per second. And this on the right-hand side, my friends, will be a reality. You will be able to talk to your dear ones and the loved ones by small devices that could holographically display your entire body in front of your loved ones. And to do this, you need data rates which are very, very low in latency. And that is what 6G promises. So you could have devices that will be supporting on the go while you're traveling and you're doing your stuff. But there would be devices that will be supported in the higher frequency ranges, especially as I will speak in the next slide, in the D and the G band, where the modulation bandwidth is so huge that you could transmit terabits of data into few milliseconds, actually. So some of the terms that are being commonly used nowadays as we talk more and more about 6G is digital twin world, holographic calls, touch screens will actually go obsolete. You will be able to swipe your fingers at a distance from your electronic devices, and just by gesturing, you would be able to make calls, download beautiful videos, high definition videos. Apart from that, as I said, the non-terrestrial networks are being discussed a lot in the initial phases of 6G, wherein you will have a base station somewhere in a satellite payload. And it doesn't matter whether you are in the middle of a forest or somewhere, you will get high data rates. And that is what Mr. Elon Musk from SpaceX is trying to do. He's trying to put 5G payloads, a 5G base station in the payloads of the LEO satellite network that he's planning to do. So again, it only is not related to mobile networks. There are a lot of other applications that will benefit from 6G. And when I say imaging, you would have very high resolution sensors that could image every nanoparticle. And again, for transferring data of that magnitude, you need a lot of bandwidth. So imaging, sensing, ultra precision, gas detection, these are some of the new applications being talked about. Of course, as we talked about metaverse, human to avatar, avatar to avatar, and the virtual world will exist. Extended reality, of course, that's one of the main topics being talked about as well. So all you need is a pair of really smart eyeglasses. And again, as I said, you would be sitting somewhere in India, but you could take your classes or talk to your loved ones or visit places actually and see, how different monuments were built. So just a quick one on how did we reach here, I think we were able to make use of the spectrum that was available to us at various times. And depending upon whatever hardware we could build at that time, we were able to make use of that technology. Now, the problem with lower frequencies is that there is lesser of modulation bandwidth available. That means there is a limit to data that you can send on these carrier frequencies at the lower frequencies. Moving into the higher frequencies, of course, it has a lot of advantages, and that's where I'm focusing. Moving into the higher frequencies, which are being talked right now, like the millimeter wave, there is a lot of wider modulation bandwidth available, and that definitely translates to higher data rates. And there are several other advantages to that as well, because as you go higher the frequencies, the size of the antennas or the devices actually can go really, really small. So that means for supporting higher data rates, you need smaller devices, which actually is a blessing in disguise, because you could have body sensors gathering all sort of data, and it would be talking to the base station, sending your data to the hospitals, and all that stuff. So smaller size definitely is there, but then it has some problems to it as well. The smaller the size is, the less directive your antenna would be. But then we are all engineers. We have made some progress as to how can we make use of the technology. So instead of only one antenna, we are able to mount several of thousands of antennas onto these small chips. And that gives us a laser beamed antenna, which is highly directive and can be used for, again, several applications. So massive MIMO, beamforming, we're all talking about different technologies that are supporting higher data rates and smaller sites. So some of the advantages of moving in higher frequencies, as I said, more spectrum, more modulation bandwidth, efficiency is enhanced because these are very small devices. So they are actually very less power hungry devices. So there is a reduction in power consumption as well. Size is smaller. And then, as I said, to overcome the limited gain of a single antenna, we were using technologies like MIMO and beamforming. So then now quickly moving the focus onto what are the frequencies being considered right now for commercial 6G or just 6G deployment. So there are a number of candidates in the 7 gigahertz to 24 gigahertz range for supporting on-the-go kind of applications. Just like we had in 5G, we had FR1 and FR2. So it looks like the lower frequency range for the 6G networks would be somewhere in the range of 7 gigahertz to 24 gigahertz. However, it's not all rosy when it comes to higher frequencies. There are a lot of challenges, like the basic or the simplest challenge that everybody is suffering right now is, as you go higher the frequencies, the over-the-air losses are too much, and how do we compensate for that? And then a lot of material measurements and material characterization is also very important, because imagine you land up making a 6G base station and you cover the base station with a material that is posing a lot of attenuation to those higher frequency signals. That becomes a problem. So again, we are all engineers. We came out with, okay, we have a problem, let's find the solution. Okay, so what we did was like low-cost base stations with beamforming and higher modulation techniques. There's a concept getting very famous nowadays for 6G and even for beyond 5G, which is called as the RIS. It's the short form of reconfigurable intelligent surfaces, and I'll cover a little bit about this in my next couple of slides. And then, of course, a lot of research being conducted right now in material measurements, where Andreessen solutions are being, used widely and by some of the top-notch research institute across the globe. The second band, which is being considered for 6G, is the higher frequencies, not only for front haul and back haul, but for sensing, imaging, other devices. And those two frequency bands that are being researched the most is the D band, which is from 110 to 170 gigahertz. And then we have the G band, which is 140 to 220 gigahertz. So a lot of research going there. There, the challenges in comparison to the mobile world is a little different because these devices are so small. Again, imagine if you have to make an amplifier in D band and G band on a chip or on a wafer. So you need to characterize those devices, and those devices, I'm just taking a vague example of an amplifier. All these devices, be it an amplifier or a filter, they are made up of some fundamental components like transistors, and all those transistors needs to be precisely and accurately characterized for the responses not only those at those higher frequencies, but starting from a very low frequency right up to those broadband frequency ranges right up to 220 gigahertz. So that's a big challenge. So the solution is, there are some eminent current solutions available in the market today, but then as the technology is going forward, we need to support the market with newer and newer and improved solutions. So these are some of the challenges and solutions that we are talking right now for 6G world. Let's dig a little bit deeper into the lower frequency challenges and the solutions. So as I said, the 7 to 24 or 28 gigahertz will be some of the candidates being considered for 6G. So the basic problem there is signal propagation. And the biggest research area right now is actually focused on two things. First thing is channel sounding. Now, this is a technical term, but in very simple language, what we're trying to do by channel sounding is we're trying to see how the 6G higher frequency signals are going to travel from one place to the other, say in an open area. Okay, because we want to characterize the channel and say, okay, these are going to be the losses, these are going to be the challenges for these higher frequency signal. And the other one, as I said before, is the reflective intelligence surfaces. Now, today, how it works is if you want to cover, say, 2-kilometer radius for a 5G network, you may have to deploy, say, maximum 1 or maybe 2 base stations, right? Because the frequencies are lower, so they can travel farther more. However, when we talk about 6G, because the frequencies are so high, what will happen is there are 2 solutions. Number one is either you provide limited coverage to your customers, or you land up installing number of 6G base stations. And that commercially and infrastructure-wise doesn't make a lot of sense. So the problem is if you go ahead and invest a lot of money in making these 6G base stations at like say 500 meters apart, that's a lot of money. But if you don't do that, then you cannot provide coverage to your customers. And that is where the reflective intelligence or the reconfigurable intelligence surfaces comes into action. So I'm depicting an example here. Consider this as a 6G base station. If there is a customer who is in direct line of sight and very close to this 6G base station, all right, he's going to enjoy a lot of high data rates, maybe 1 terabits or 500 Mbps for sure. However, say suppose there is a customer who's just behind the building, right? Now the over-the-air losses and the attenuation of those higher 6G frequency bands is so high that this poor customer, no matter how much he's paying for the 6G services, he will never get a signal. So then there will be a lot of complaints. So there are 2 solutions, as I said. Either you install another 6G base station, which is very close to this customer, or the alternate is installing a reflective intelligence surface. And these reflective intelligence surfaces are nothing but a piece of kind of a transparent paper that you could actually put onto a wall or a window. And what it'll do is it'll reflect the 6G signal at the area where there were no 6G coverage. So a lot of research right now, and a lot of research, I think in India also is going on. But what we have seen, at least so far, a lot of research right now in Europe is happening on this topic. And we are very closely associated with some of the bigger research areas there. So now, if you install this, and these are transparent to the eye kind of services, it could be passive, it could be active. And depending upon the structure of the RIS, you would be able to steer the beam in any direction that you want. So that's the advantage. So for these 2, which is number one, the channel sounding and the reflective intelligence or the reconfigurable intelligence surface testing is concerned, Anritsu has a very unique solution, which is a distributed 2-port VNA. So I'm sure everybody here has heard what a VNA is. It's a vector network analyzer, but normally a VNA has 2 ports embedded in the same box, right? So for making long distance measurements, so say suppose you have a RIS and you want to see how the angle of these high frequency signal is behaving, you have to have very long cables, and that creates a lot of problems. Now, up till today, the frequencies of the signal was very low. So the phase characteristics being tested was not that important because you could measure the phase pretty accurately. However, with the 6G signals, because the wavelength of the frequency is so small, of the signal is so small, the slightest of the phase variation will cause havoc into the network. So what you need is, you still need a VNA, but the best way to characterize for at least these two applications is if the VNA could be, the ports of the VNA could be extended beyond the traditional 2 meter or 5 meter. And that is what Enritsu has come up with a solution. So this solution is a 2-port VNA fully reversing, and then it can do full vector corrected S parameter measurement. It's very ideal for reconfigurable intelligent service testing, channel sounding, and antenna measurements in anechoic chamber, or even for the lower frequencies. So that's one. Now quickly shifting my focus, because I know I'm running short on time. I just have 15 minutes. Quickly focusing out from the lower frequency, I want to jump to the higher frequency, because that, I believe, is more of a fundamental problem or fundamental research that a lot of people are trying to cover right now. So in the higher frequency, as I said, these components or these chips or these devices are actually on wafer. And it could be, as I said, a diode or a FET, could be a MOSFET, different devices. But they need to be characterized from a very low frequency, say of the order of few megahertz, but right up to the D band or the G band. So you need to have an instrument that could actually cover in a single sweep from few megahertz to say 220 gigahertz or 140 gigahertz or 170 gigahertz. Now, the problem, at least till today, there are some solutions, but not a lot of solutions available. So say suppose this is your device on a wafer and you have a traditional 2-port VNA. The way or the solutions available today is you can only make these measurements in a banded fashion. So what do I mean by that? The solutions today cannot provide you with the broadest or broadband frequency coverage. So starting with, say, 50 megahertz or going up to 110 gigahertz. There are no solutions that can do it. So what the researchers are forced to do, because they don't have a solution like that, is they make the measurements in chunks. So they start with few megahertz, goes to say 70 gigahertz. Then from 70, they go to 110 gigahertz. Then from 110 to one.
You need to slightly start winding it up.
Yes. I'm just one more slide after this, and I'll be done. So the practical problem here is that you have to keep moving your millimeter wave modules. You have to make measurements in chunks. But what that leads to is a disconnected or a discontinuous measurement, which is not that good for the research. However, as I mentioned, Enritsu has come up with a solution which can give you a broadband frequency coverage right up to 220 gigahertz. You don't need to do calibrations, and you can do one-shot broadband device characterization in one go. So that's the advantage. Now, once you have these characteristics for your fundamental components, you could design anything that you want. So that is what this slide is telling you. And I'm just trying to give you some more examples. I'm almost done here. But the way the measurements are done today, they are very time consuming and they are costly and error prone as well, because you have to do multiple connections and multiple time calibrations, which leads to a lot of problems, in the calibration stability and on the measurement accuracies as well. So moving on, this is my last slide. There's another area which is being discussed a lot, and that is, AIP or antenna in package measurement, because up till today, you could have an antenna attached to your module and you could design things accordingly. But as you're going higher, the frequency, everything is on a chip and you have an antenna embedded there. So you can't separate the antenna. So how will you measure it? So you have to measure it as a system. This slide is telling you what Enritsu has. And again, I just wanted to emphasize we are associated with a lot of high-end research organizations across the world. We have few customers in India as well. But this is a VNA, a broadband test set. We have our own millimeter wave modules, and then these are the probes that can sweep from 70 kilohertz right up to 220 gigahertz. And my last slide is AIP, as I said. So on the right-hand side, you could see that there is a wafer, and then you have the antenna, which is embedded in package or on the chip, and it starts to radiate. Now you have to characterize these things, and it's not trivial. So Enritsu has been helping a lot of customers to make these antenna in package measurements, again, at very, very high frequencies, ranging from 70 kilohertz right up to 220 gigahertz. With that, I'll come to a stop. I think I took more than 15 minutes, but these are very interesting topics. And we'll be open to collaborate with you people as well. These are my contact details in case you need help on the instrumentation side or anything on the technology. We'll be more than happy to help. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Navneet. That was real thought-provoking and very interesting forward-looking presentation of what are the challenges we look forward when we start developing 6G networks. Now on to the next speaker. I welcome Alka, who's again having years of experience, a lot of work done in 3G, GSM, etc. And also in ITS, also now working as ED in TCIL. On to you, Alka.
Thank you, sir. A real privilege to be sitting alongside you and others. And it's really exciting to be talking about 6G now. I don't want to, share my sense of deja vu with you because, then you will feel we are going back in time. But yes, we had started talking about 5G a few years back, and now we are seeing a lot of fruits of that labor. TCIL particularly is setting up a lot of use case labs. Technological situations or solutions come up which are solving real life problems. It's not a matter of just technical discussion. The Ministry of Coal very recently, and they said, when we have accidents in the mines, we don't have anything to communicate. And since there is no communication, we cannot rescue people in a quick manner. And that to me sounded like a very real problem to solve through communication. And it can happen, provided we all come together and really work towards seeing as to what communication is really going to work in all kinds of circumstances. Disaster management is a huge space where, again, we are working a lot with several of the OEMs to figure out a solution which does not require reinventing the wheel. That means that we do not want to put up a parallel network which gives you only services when disaster strikes, but it is part of your regular network. But when disaster strikes, it's able to give you a separate space and resources for the disaster workers to kind of respond quickly. These are situations which are extremely important to be thought through, and then solutions to be provided. when we are working with the labs, with the educational institutions, covering various use cases, their perspective, the educational institutions' perspective is, of course, to see what the students can learn out of that entire network, out of the use case devices. But the rest of the world is watching them to see what is it that the students and the faculty will come out with, so that these could be adopted in the real world and for real life situations. So all this thought process should come together where, right now with 5G, we are able to develop it. And with 6G, it really becomes next level. I was very interested in the entire concept of tactile internet, which is coming with 6G. I work a lot with people with disabilities, and there is, it's a fair amount of shock and surprise to note that there are still websites and applications which are not accessible to, let's say, blind people. There are talks and classes, smart classes, which are not accessible to those who are deaf. There are situations where people who are mute or who cannot speak can't communicate, despite the fact that communication has reached to another generation, right? 5G, and now we are talking about 6G. So tactile internet, to me, talks of people doing things on gestures, doing things without limbs, doing things without all the faculties being available, and being made included part of the society in general. So that's what technology can deliver. And I hope we all work towards real, solutions to these, I wouldn't call them problems, but these are situations which can be resolved using technology. So I really encourage or urge all of you to, come out with solutions and ideas for this phase of our growth. India has made 6G as a target to be achieved by 2030. We have study groups, which are working in various aspects of 6G. Government has come out with the paper, and it's a beautifully written and put together document. All of us, if you haven't read it, please read it. The position paper, it's extremely informative and also very forward-looking. I am very excited to be part of this growth, from this generation to the next. I am yet to become very subtle in the 5G era, but I'm looking forward definitely to also be part of 6G and contribute therein. Thanks a lot, and I'm trying to cover up for the time taken by Navneet.
Thank you, Alka. Just before we go to the next speaker, quick question. What are your thoughts on what TCL is going to place itself in the 6G era and roadmap in terms of forming groups? And also, especially with the CNPN network being pushed in a big way, which is going to actually be one of the main drivers of 6G. What are your thoughts on this?
So we've already started working on establishing CNPNs with various, let's say, user groups. It's not about, we have signed MOU, for example, with BSNL, where we can use their frequencies for the CNPN. Government has also given that kind of a mandate to say that, take it forward. Now, 100 5G use case labs that we are talking about and that are getting set up are also giving this this roadmap for other ministries and users and organizations to kind of pick up from there. So we were just recently having a conversation with, as I said, Ministry of Coal, Steel Ministry, for instance. We signed an MOU with Bokaro Steel Plant for converting their unit as a completely communication and a digital platform oriented location. And all of this would definitely require a very holistic kind of an arrangement where communication platforms also become part of the overall structure. And it also involves the cyber security, it involves physical security for these perimeters. All this is kind of being brought together. We play the role of, for want of a better word, integrator of sorts, a master system integrator, if you may please, but it's also to trigger that entire thought process of what can be done, what should be done, and how it is to be done.
Thank you. Okay. I think next speaker, now when we talk about 6G, as we know that number of devices is going to increase, mobility is going to increase. Of course, one of the key things that is always talked about is sustainability. Of course, the government, even 10 years before, we started working on the green telecom, and then we brought out guidelines on green telecom. Of course, it's an evolving process. And as we were even discussing yesterday, we are into even energy harvesting technologies where the devices could also be practically moving towards a battery-free environment, the sensors, the IoT sensors, etc. In this sphere, we have Mr. Kishore Narang from the Narex Techno Lab. He requires no much introduction. One of the very important person who was associated with a number of reference standards, especially in smart cities, smart metering, etc. On to you, Narang.
Okay, good afternoon. So I'm going to give you a shock. I'm going to take 1 hour tutorial on this topic. Okay, just kidding. Just kidding. Though the topic does deserve that kind of a time, but since we do not have, what I've done is I have an elaborate slide deck. I'll be skimming through it, stopping at a very few slides, but I'll be sharing it with the organizers. You can go through it at leisure, and then we can have side discussion one-to-one or during the lunch or later on, maybe one-to-one drinks or whatever. So I think, so what is the context? Why we are talking about this sustainability, and how do we look at sustainability as an ethical imperative, as a standardization imperative, or how all? So we already know that emergence of these disruptive digital technologies has already begun profoundly reshaping our lives, our interactions, our lived environment. And as adoption of these technologies becomes widespread, they are likely to play a substantial role in society's energy consumption and environmental impact. And we have already been seeing that this discussion in COP26 and 27, all this climate change, and everybody talking about climate change is a big topic of discussion. And there's a whole lot of discussion, deliberation. We have started getting claims on net zero by this, every MNCs, global organizations, countries are making promises that we will go net zero. Is it joke? Are they joking? I think we need to, it's not funny. All these things are at a very superficial level. To be being a skeptic and candid, because I'm a hardcore technology person. I've been designing all these systems for the last 45 plus years. I understand technology. I'm a technology evangelist also, but an innovation evangelist. But then it's high time we also started understanding the other aspects. Is this the evolution we expected? Absolutely no. Today, we are living in a very small world, and increasingly hot, crowded, and contentious one. The combined effect of climate change and society's impact on Earth is intensified struggle over the natural resources, while also threatening our infrastructure, food system, and quality of life. Today, nature no longer runs Earth. We do. So it is up to us what kind of future we design. Climate is not politically strong enough to fight carbon by themselves. It needs us. And that's where the question that a lot of people are asking today, what will the future of life on Earth, and that too particularly of mankind? And it has been observed that in last couple of centuries, the technologies we have developed, we have been working on, have had major impact on the Earth's climate and nature's equilibrium. Some even believe that we are at point of no return. However, while technology has created these problems and responsible for most of all these problems, it also has solutions for it. But do we really strategically look at it? How do we do that? It's increasingly clear that today's environmental conditions are not sustainable, And we have done a lot of innovation in different areas. It is now time to work on this particular domain to see how we can leverage our learnings, our technologies to address the problem of global warming and consequence on human this thing. And in last couple of years, particularly during pandemic, these two diametrically opposite paradigms came to the forefront on the same table for discussion. Digitalization, we saw how it came to the rescue of mankind, to give us the continuity of our personal, social, professional lives, and even to the business, industry, nations, and even help us develop the vaccines at the warp speed, which has never been done in the thing. But then also, if you remember, first few months of the global lockdowns, we also witnessed how sustainability came to the front, how our gray skies in megapolis like Delhi started turning blue. We started hearing chirping of the birds in our concrete jungles, and the ozone layer started filling. And there's so many examples I can give about. So that's where we need to keep these two things in a balanced manner. How do we don't go berserk on either way. We don't become over evangelizing of technology or digitalization or even sustainability. But before going into that, let's take current imperatives of the society, because we need to keep all these things in mind, because they are all going to have profound impact on our future per se. Climate change, we are talking energy security. What we saw in Europe, current challenges because of geopolitical issues, the cost of energy in Europe and UK has gone higher than the rents of the houses and the flats. Clean and green energy. Even today, coal, gas, and oil meet 3/4 of global heat demand, making it for heavily fossil fuel dependent. Energy efficiency. We normally talk about it as a added this thing, but it is actually rightly considered as fifth fuel and source of clean energy, rather than a strategy for improving our carbon footprint or whatever you like to talk about. Electricity access is still an issue in major parts of the world, you can say developing world also, but even in 2030, we are still going to have sub-Saharan areas which will still be not have access to the electricity. Global digital population, we already have 5 billion plus users on the digital thing and 4.65 billion on social media. Now it has different implications. Digital transformation. Normally we talk about digital transformation as IT and OT integration, but today network technologies, IoT and AI also have become very equally important, and all that is having a very different way of looking at things. Okay, growing carbon footprint of digital infrastructure, that we are putting digital infrastructure for everything, but without looking at the growing carbon footprint. A meaningful, safe digital life, a fair, more livable digital future for our fast evolving and technology-driven world is a very important imperative. Industry 4.0, we heard in the morning someone talk about Industry 4.0. I think we are already moving on from Industry 4.0 to Industry 5.0, where perspectives have shifted from hardcore automation to man-machine collaboration on the shop floor and sustainability at the forefront. Then sustainability and resilience, irrespective of whatever kind of society you want to build up, they are at the core of this thing. And then greenwashing, that is another issue. We see those claims that I was talking about. How do we address handle these greenwashing, all these false claims about our imperatives, our goals, our objectives? And technology, it's everywhere. It's impacting us a lot, but I'll not go. Let's look at digital transformation quickly. What it is all about? It is about improvement on infrastructure to make it sustainable and resilient. Addition of digital layer. What is the essence of the smart paradigm? And then business process transformation necessary to capitalize on the investment of the smart technology. The genesis of every digital transformation for business, organization, industry is these three. Sustainability, the true destination. Resilience, the core characteristics. And smart, merely the accelerator. And standards are the chromosomes of the digital infrastructure. And as I mentioned, it is not about only those information technology, OT. We are talking about network technology, IoT, and the new whiz kid on the block that we have been hearing since yesterday, AI. So what is digital transformation? Is it a technology? No, it is not a technology. It's a complex paradigm with domain-specific implication, because we are living in an ephemeral world today. And these are some of those disruptive technologies that we are on the radar. Whenever we talk about all these discussions, whether 5G, 6G, it's not only single technology that plays a role. It's a culmination of different evolving technologies. We'll get together to some inflection point to give rise to new paradigms. Like AI has been there for the last 4 or 5 decades. But in last decade only, it became really very, very, this thing, because high computing power, a lot of algorithm evolution, and our digital infrastructure evolution they enable. So how do we deal with these? And coming to our own focus area, 1G to 6G, I think today the focus of 5G and 6G is remote control and tactile internet, which Alka also mentioned just now. And this would be about the traffic dominated by correlation data. 5G, I think, and rightly somebody said, I think yesterday Satish was very skeptical about 5G. And I will say 5G is only the beginning. It's like the old, Carl-Benz automobile, the initial one which you saw. And what we are looking for is the car on the right. Am I right? And so 5G is just a foundation, a multi-industry scorecard, a generation of many firsts, but much more remains to be completed. All these aspects have been achieved somehow, but 6G is much beyond. And we are looking at a lot of aspects. I'm not stopping on these. Some of them you are already familiar, some you can go through it later on. So what we are trying to do through the 6G towards universal autonomy, virtualization, complete, embed, and bridge all these aspects. And then we talk about Web 3.0. It's all about blockchain, distributed cloud, and distributed web. We talk about metaverse. Now, metaverse, I'll just like to deep dive because it has an impact, and it has our 5G, 6G are big enablers of metaverse paradigm. Without 5G, 6G, your metaverse would be simply a dream, not a reality. So this is some of the elements, a quick snapshot of the metaverse, value chain, mega trends shaping the metaverse. And you see what it is all about. It's a confluence of diverse technologies, AI, all this 5G, 6G, IoT, and different AR, VR, XR, all these paradigms have got together to give rise to this new paradigm called metaverse. And these are some of the architectural aspects, some technical stack, where you see all these technologies that we have been talking about are part of it. Standardization, 3GPP has already started doing a lot of standardization work. And by release 19, I think they've got a special work group on metaverse specific this thing, and you can look up that on the Google. I don't need to get into all that. But talking about this thing, metaverse, sustainability at the metaverse computing infrastructure is resource intensive. This applies to multiple elements from the state of art VR, which may create about 2,000 pounds of carbon emission over 5 years to massive amount of compute power and energy required to process blockchain transaction. Okay, or as the even UN has noted that these are the kind of things we need to look at and have some kind of a thing. Let's take a quick look on the future architectures. 5G, this is a typical, we are looking at one network, diverse use cases through network slicing and all that, and expanded capacity, everything, bandwidth. These are some of the digital infrastructure, and some glimpse into this. I'll not stop at them. You can go through later on. Harmonized communication and sensing. I think we heard it yesterday and today also. Low latency is the goal for different use cases, different level of low latency we are looking at. Toward autonomous networks and AI everywhere. Okay, 3-layer AI network architecture from manual to the O&M and hyper automation. And then security and trustworthiness. Here, all these aspects, whatever we are talking, everywhere we have a lot of compute, a lot of processing, a lot of algorithms and learnings and all these AI, whatever you like to call that. Now, what are the, when we talk about all these things, why do we talk about ethical implications? These all disruptive technologies have major ethical implications because whenever we do all these, apply these, there are multiple aspects of this thing which we need to look at in a very, very holistic angle. So let me give you a very interesting. Can you make out what this is? This is our Earth burning through data overload. And just to give you an example, half a century after plastic became pervasive, you know where we stand? This is a scenario. This is a very good depiction of where we stand today in context of out of 9 billion ton plastic waste every year, we are only plastic getting into our earth and coming back into our foods and everything, impacting everything. So what we are looking at today, and there's a lot of discussion going on in the global forums on ethical imperatives of the disruptive technologies. And one of the major contestant or the winner is AI. And what we are asking is AI the new plastic? So there are a lot of discussions going on already on the global platform. And I can go on to why it is. I think I can take this offline. But we need to learn from past mistakes. History always repeats itself. We saw how different, early decisions can change these mistakes that we did, earlier with a lot of these aspects. And talking about sustainable development is very holistic paradigm. It's not only about sustainability or not only about environment and all that. It's all about a lot of other aspects, as I think yesterday there was some discussion. But sustainability as an embedded ethical value is the real crux which nobody is looking at when we talk about this. AI is a tool for increasing sustainability, but it has innate cost too that can be just subtracted from its saving. Sustainability isn't simply a technical concern, it's an ethical concern also. We need to orient sustainability forward toward protection of people rather than this thing. But unfortunately, who is even concerned about sustainable AI? And there's a list of 14 ethical challenges for AI which have been already recognized. And you'll see sustainability as at the lowest level. People do talk about bias and explainability and all those, but nobody is willing to talk about sustainability as this thing. So there have been a lot of paper research work going on and all these on measurement of AI carbon footprint. There have been a lot of this thing, and you already must have must know about Gebru's this thing paper in Google. Google rejected the stochastic parrots finding. Okay, and then rose into a lot of controversy. So the discussion on green AI versus red AI, what it is all about? It's about efficiency versus accuracy. There's a lot of industry pushback on factual claims. Okay, but then why do we even ask this question? Because AI has all this, the kind of carbon footprint, particularly in the NLP, and we have seen the ChatGPT and some other ethical aspect beyond sustainability already being raised, but nobody talking about sustainability per se. Standards, when we talk about for all these, there are no common standard for evaluating the environmental cost of AI system, but a diverse range of methods have been used. Environmental costs create distribution of harms and benefits that have ethical implications. How these costs and measures can render some harms invisible or create misleading sense of scale from others, that's where measurement itself has an ethical dimension. We need a very structured granular. These are some of those, carbon footprint benchmark. There are a lot of work done already. And this is, you see how the, the carbon footprint and the capability is changing, increasing. So the question is AI for sustainability or sustainable AI? Is it not a dichotomy? So we look at this, we are actually riding the AI tiger. Can we really rein it? Or we'll be able to ride this thing? There's a whole lot of difference. And that's where we need to work a lot. But the point is, nobody's worried. This is one point I'd like to stop at. Inexact computing, in 2011, in Rice University, there was some very interesting research. It was in a different context of supercomputing. But what they said, that now that we have supercompute powers, what we do, we try to go to over exaction, decimal to, so 10 digit, 20 digit, 30 digit beyond the decimal. Do we need that kind of exactness in every use case? We not. If you are willing to compromise a little bit of exactness and go a little inexact, we can save a lot of energy and processing power. So I think that is where optimization techniques of all our algorithms, our training models, and all these aspects need to be looked in with a fresh view, and which can help us, come up that. This is all about ecocentric approach to sustainability. I'll not stop at that, but just stop at this one slide. That when we talk about sustainability and sustainable development goal, right now we are in this area of our the regenerative cultures. SDGs are only a bridge; they are not the ultimate goal. We need to reach, after crossing through this chasm of SDGs, we need to go to the regenerative cultures if we really want to see the future of our planet healthy, safe, and vibrant for our children. And these are different aspects of circularity and sustainability. Then coming to 5G and the environment, 5G being truly high performance communication technologies, it has already drawn this thing, and the radiation impact already has been talked, but nobody is talking about the carbon footprint, the compute that is adding day by day and day out. Blockchain, Bitcoin, the thing, but no, still they are very gung-ho in. Yeah, I'm just trying to bring to the close. But green ICT, and then now here is a lot of greenwashing. Everybody says green ICT. Everybody talks about clean, but how clean is the my clean energy? The solar panel, they have their own very interesting carbon footprint. Nobody talks about that. Okay, how net zero is truly zero. So these are a lot of common greenwashing issues. So these are some of the things that need to be measured when we use all these disruptive technology, deploy these: run cost, production cost, expansion cost, and financial cost, electric consumption, net operation, net heat production. And then this is not only standards imperative, it's also a policy. We need to look at the local magnitude, impersonal interest, and identity. We need to identify the stakeholders for all these. So there are a lot of imperatives. I think you must have already got the hint. But we already, in a global body we call Oceanics, we have written a think piece, is AI the new plastic? There's a link for that. You can look, Google it, and you'll find this document where there's the whole narrative about all this aspect. But then, what is the impact of future networks of sustainability? Sustainability has been established as a cornerstone of 6G we all talk about. But as investigations on 6G architecture are explored in various communities, energy and broader sustainability challenges have been identified. The use of virtualized platform for radio access network processing imply greater energy use and more cloud platforms to be managed. Introduction of AI ML everywhere in 6G suggests energy-hungry computations and specialized power-hungry process. What are the power sources for all these cloud platforms that we are going to use, especially on a global basis with computing so widely distributed, not solely in giant or well-managed data centers now? There's a lot of, when you say elastic, this thing, cloud, we will have that hybrid clouds. You are moving data from one cloud to another. That's again a lot of carbon footprint, energy, this thing. There are a lot of issue, long-term goal of 6G. So trying to close it down. So the imperatives are, we need to look at all these aspects: climate change, sustainability are wicked problem. Dealing with them means we find solution at the intersection of social, technological, and economic and natural systems. But when we solve one problem using technology, we must not create new problems. This is why we are sustainable in doing everything, both environmentally, economically, and socially. So these are some of the points that are important for 6G or the digital infrastructure: network efficiency, small cell migration, base station power, economic factors, and grid and utility. How we use grid, what kind of grid infrastructure we leverage, that also will have that. So when we look at sustainability, we need to use the whole is greater than sum of the parts. I think that's a philosopher which said, but we use this in engineering today, system engineering, as a major approach, that we need to apply a system engineering approach of all these. I'll not get into all this, it's all here. But basically, it is all about a holistic iterative discovery process that helps find defining the right problem to complex situation, and then in finding elegant and well-designed and working solution. It incorporates not only engineering, but also logical, human, and social aspects. So these are the system energy efficiency imperatives for our 6G or future networks. On each and every aspect, we are looking at this thing, and we need to work toward these targets.
Mr. Narang,
I'm just closing. So I think these are some of the thoughts and perspectives, summary of all this, but I'll try to stop at, I'll not go through all this. So the main this thing is need to develop a comprehensive approach to sustainability, security, and resilience, leveraging disruptive technology, but ethically aligned design, and adopt system approach to design any complex paradigms. It is not a call for action for standards or people or only, it's for all. So SDOs, government, policymakers, regulators, system developers, and business organizations, academia and researchers, and intergovernmental and NGOs. I'll not stop at that, but one just to this thing, so the last this thing would be, we human need to radically change our relationship, not just with the planet, but with the objects with which we fill our lives. We need to change how we think about technology and innovation. Rather than allowing technological advancements to steer our narratives, innovation and technology should help us build bridges between the world we inhabit now and the one we imagine for tomorrow. Thank you very much for the sustainable and resilient future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Narang. I am very sure that's a very, very important dimension to the entire sector, especially the sustainability. Sorry, because of time constraints.
I fully am.
It's a really interesting and a very, very important paradigm that's required, that cannot be ignored when we move towards 6G. Thank you once again. And now I think let me welcome Mr. Indrajit Singh. Actually, he's the Chief Cyber Officer. As we all know, the 6G in 6G, one of the key thing is about security. The challenges in security is going to be really a great concern. We know that blockchain is being taken to the core, edge, etc. That will be part of one of the secure aspect. We even talked about trust infrastructure being one of the key infrastructure that is over which 6G is being going to build. We even spoke about quantum cryptography, and QSD, etc. Because security challenges are really going to be a big challenge in the 6G era. Let us now welcome Mr. Indrajit for his presentation. On to you, Vijay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, audience and dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and thank you, Bharat Exhibition, Shashi, for having me here today. Very important topic, but I'm between your lunch and the talk which I'm going to give. So I'll try to keep it very short and sweet, not go on a very repetitive things which you already discussed and we've been talking of 6G. I'll try and come only on the cybersecurity part of it. And always remember, the cybersecurity as an area now has become so important that while we are talking every 11 seconds, there is one ransomware attack. And the attack is done by no other than yourself, because all attacks start by one click, whether it's any technology. And the topic of this session was a metaverse. And just to give you a feel of metaverse, who are the people who are not aware of metaverse, it's a second universe, so-called. And how do you get into that? You'll have a headset, which you'll use called AR or VR, augmented reality and virtual reality. And with that, you can go buy land, buy property, buy things, go for a party, go to school, teach there, have an office, different places you got to be there. While having said so, the metaverse, your 5G becomes the most important factor, which is the underlying technology for making it a reality. And when we talk of the 6G, it's a holographic things which we are going to see. And the cybersecurity in metaverse itself has become a major challenge today. Like you have normal Facebook, Twitter, you have the data privacy which are there, cybersecurity challenges which are there. The metaverse has got a complex problem. We've already seen a rape happening in a metaverse. We are already seeing manipulation of data happening in metaverse. Your monetization of data happening in metaverse. And these technologies are going to play a major role in your life. And one of the study by Citi, that Citibank says that it's going to disturb the technology by $13 trillion by 2030. And almost 5 billion people will be on metaverse, right? So if that be the case, the baseline technology remains 5G and coming to the 6G. So I'm not going to repeat all these things. I'll skip over these slides, but what the use cases are going to be, you're going to have connected intelligent machines, going to have cognitive intelligence, you have connected sustainable world and Internet of Senses. In the morning, one of the panelists was bringing out the senses being transported. You're going to have a limitless connectivity, small cells, your trustworthy systems, cognitive networks and network fabric. So it's going to be a combination of cyber physical system. We speak of digital twin. This is the technology which is going to be, enhancing it. Industry 5.0, where we are going to have the sensors, we are going to transport everything what we are doing, the physical world, getting into your virtual world and working on there. So modern technologies, modern industries which are going to happen, they are all going to be IIoT based. It's not going to be the devices or the components coming to the machine. The devices will self-travel based on the requirement, using the RFID, using the technology, the IIoTs, and going to the manufacturing bay. That is how the cyber physical systems are going to be there. And what is on the anvil? You're going to have a challenge of something. We have been all talking about the IT security. There's going to be a challenge of OT security. That's operational technology. Everything is going to be operational technology. And the other challenge is today we are worried about data. In the operational technology, we're going to be worried about the life of human beings. Because one sensor going wrong, you will have a major damage. That's not just your data. So you have to think of the paradigm which is changing, the way the technologies are changing, and you're going to face the different kind of challenges ahead. Coming on to the last part of the 2030, I'll not jump to the layers because we were not worried about the attacks of the magnitude which we are seeing. We are talking the AI, and one of the speakers before me spoke of AI and in antennas at the base stations. Remember, if that AI data is poisoned, what's going to happen? We always talk of good part of data, but if there's a data poisoning, it's really going to create havoc. And again, somebody brought it out, we are not using 74% of data, we are just using 26% of data. If that be the case, if it's 100% usage, just imagine 6G underlying technology, it's going to have what are the ramifications which are there. Zero-day attacks are not going to go away, right? We are going to have quantum computing. Everybody talks of quantum computing, but it's going to bring along the quantum attacks, right? We are, in addition, we are going to have the physical layer attacks, which are already there, the virtual light, the light attacks, which are going to be there, already there. Now, when we talk the AI and ML, we also talk the blockchain. And blockchain is going to be a major technology which is going to be used in 6G. I don't know, somebody spoke of it, but it's going to be creating the kind of frequency reuse, frequency kind of spectrum issuance. It's going to play a major role in that particular thing. And of course, the quantum computing, which is going to play a major role, right? So each of the use cases which we talk of, whether it's your holographic telepresence, your extended reality, we talk of connected autonomous cars or smart grids, or intelligent healthcare, digital twins, UAV mobility, all of them are going to have their share of threats or the cyber threats which are already on the anvil. There's going to be challenge of the privacy. There's going to be challenge of the, of course, interoperability challenges are there. IoT devices, which we talk of, have got a major challenge of security because they are so small sensor, we can't put encryption on it, right? And those are the kind of things which we are already seeing it, but the baseline technology, 6G itself, we have to think of security by design. Always, till date, we have been thinking of security as a requirement, as an afterthought. Now, we have to think security by design for the 6G. Then only going forward, we will be in a state where, because to safeguard those networks, because we're going to have NFVs or SDNs. Blockchain, of course, it's told to be safe, but I always say the blockchain has got an own challenge of the cyber attacks. We have seen cyber attacks happening on the blockchain networks. So that's also on the anvil, right? I'll skip the slides, more or less. So the security challenges with the AI ML, which are going to be there, is the security, the visibility part of it, trustness part of it, your ethical and legal aspects, extendability and viability, control security tasks and adaptability of models when it comes to the security challenges when we are going to have the AI ML incorporated into the 6G networks. And attacks and threats are going to be phenomenal. This list is just the tip of the iceberg. It's the API-based attacks, your poisoning attacks, that's going to be the biggest challenge. I'm already seeing it. The data poisoning, evasion attacks, your physical layer attacks, model inversion attacks, AI middleware layer and model stealing attacks. So those are the kind of attacks and threats which are already there. And while we were talking of the antenna design, your network design, your kind of a surface area which your nodes are going to cover, they're equally going to have a problem of authentication, your key management, because 6G is going to bring in the problem of the cryptographic key management. Your quantum computing considerations are going to be a bigger challenge to manage because you're going to have so many number of cells which you're going to create. How are you going to have that quantum computing? Your optimization of your networks, right? Again, because one optimization is not done, it's going to be a problem. Your short-lived networks, your asymmetric cryptographic keys, your cloudification, because everything is getting into cloud, right? Your visibility and configurability and your interconnect security. So those are the kind of things which you already seeing. I'll come to this slide to end up. So if you look at it, you have the 6G at the core, and you have the platform, you have the functions, you have the orchestration, and you have the specialization of the 6G architectural innovation. And when it comes to your edge intelligence or cloudification, you're going to have the threats of data privacy, your AI/ML attacks, your security on the cloud, your security on the edge. We are talking of edge computing right now. Everybody's talking about Gaga, but then the security at the edge. And there's a new topic for discussion with everyone, data at edge. right? So how are you really going to manage the data edge because you don't know how to configure the data edge rightly today. Then you have the specialized subnets, part of your intelligence radio. So again, the trust violations, your AI/ML attacks, layer attacks, and then comes to your RAN core convergence. Again, you have the challenge of AI/ML. Just see in each of the functions, whether it's a physical functions or your orchestration or specialization, each of the layers, you have the problem of AI/ML attack, come what may. And complementing it is the APIs, your data privacy, your user privacy, your layer attacks, those are not going away. So that's a kind of challenges which are on the anvil when it comes to the 6G security concern. And while all the people who are the R&D, they need to really get onto the drawing boards, incorporate these kind of threats which are already visualized by the researchers. There's lots of research which is happening, and I'm very sure we'll have the best of the security, when we move ahead to the 6G. So with this, I've come to the end. Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Indrajit. That was very interesting, and I think there's a long way we need to go for the cybersecurity, especially in the front when the 6G and the new networks coming in. And because of paucity of time, I think we are not going to take any questions during the lunch session. Probably we can touch base with the speakers if you have any questions available.
So we'll have the lunch, during the lunch, we'll have the question answer. Sorry for that. May I request the chairman to present the mementos to the distinguished speakers? First to Alka. Then to Colonel Inderjeet Singh. Narayan Kishore. Chairman has already received the memento, so every session we don't have to give it. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a quick lunch break and then we'll come back. The speakers' lunch are on the other hall, only for the speakers. They have to go to that, the next hall. Rest of the lunch is here. Thank you.
Definitely,
Adapting to change for over 150 years. Now, we're driving the next evolution, where networks meet cloud, alive with intelligence, enabling people, machines, and devices to interact in real time like never before, and making high-performance connectivity more consumable, adaptable, autonomous, open to innovation, to collaboration, networks that sense, think, and act. Because by working together with service providers, enterprises, and the world, we can create a more sustainable, productive, accessible future by accelerating the impact of digital to reach people, places, and industries that have never been reached before. That demands more than change. That demands transformation. For us, that means pushing further with a clear vision and a new logo that symbolizes our purpose. Because it's only when all the right pieces act together that brilliance happens. The precision of tech leadership, the dynamism of a new digital era, and the kaleidoscopic colors of innovation. This is Nokia, but not as the world has seen us before. We've always connected people. Now, we create technology that helps the world act together.
Networks are evolving from connectors of humanity and technology into something far more powerful. When networks meet cloud, they become amplifiers, bringing everything to life with intelligence, fueling innovation, inspiring collaboration, enhancing sustainability, unlocking new ways of working that are reshaping the way we all live. Harness the exponential potential of networks. Transform your business to the power of N.
When communication can save a life. When sensors can prevent environmental catastrophe. When a tablet can teach a child to read, no matter where in the world they may be. One company responds by accelerating the promise of an intelligently connected world and sits at the center of it all. Seamless transactions, urgent alerts, personalized messages sent securely and reliably around the globe billions of times a day, connecting the world's mobile network operators and powering the global communications technology of Fortune 2000 companies. One company is driving the innovation needed to harness the explosion of connections that will shape the future for generations to come. Because connections are what make us human, and they begin with us. Cineverse, the world's most connected company.
To talk 6G, not for wireless communications researchers. Research for a
May I request all of you to please take the seats. Those who are standing behind, please take your seats. Amit, can you ask everyone to come inside? And close the door. How can the positive impact of 6G be maximized across different vertical sectors and environments? Discussion on 6G are research, spectrum, and use cases. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. Abhishek Jain, IAS, Secretary Education and IT, Government of Himachal Pradesh. May I request Dr. Abhishek Jain to please come on the stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please put hand together to welcoming Shri Abhishek Jain. The session moderator is Mr. Ashutosh Chand, Partner Digital Emerging Technology, PwC. May I request Mr. Ashutosh to come on the stage? Mr. Pradeep Bharadwaj from Cineverse. Sir, please. Mr. Bali from Telecom Skill Development Council. Dharmender Khajuria, National Head Network Partnership, Bharti Airtel. Dr. S.K. Agarwal, Head of Artificial Intelligence, Sony Research. Dr. Rajiv Gambhir, Senior Director, Technology and Policy, Satcom Industry Association. Who else is there? All of them. Yes. So I request Ashutosh to take over. So sir will present the presentation, Mr. Abhishek Jain. He got a presentation. So Mr. Abhishek Jain will do the presentation. After that, you can take it. Yeah. Desktop.
How do you open? Huh? No, you need to. So I had downloaded it. I suppose there is some. I have downloaded it in the computer. Okay, no issues. So as we. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Abhishek Jain. I am an IAS officer of 2002 batch. Presently, I am serving as the Secretary Information Technology, Secretary Education, Secretary Technical Education, and I'm also the Secretary to the Chief Minister of Himachal. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. And just before coming here, I was scheduled to come in the morning, but I had just before coming here, I had an appointment with the Secretary Telecom and Additional Secretary Telecom. So just coming back from there. I suppose there is some glitch in there. You are not able to connect to that presentation. I hope it should be there. Huh? उनके कंप्यूटर पे चलाया था. So I'll be very, very brief. I know there's a panel discussion scheduled here. The gist of my thought and my proposition is that we live in a digital age. Digital transformation is here to stay. But it should be inclusive. It should be something from which each and every person should be able to benefit. And the digital transformation, 5G, 6G, all these digital technologies should not be for certain elite people, elite class, but it should percolate to each and every person. So that's the thrust of my presentation. I'll finish the entire thing in less than, 7-8 minutes or so. And then we all know what is digital transformation and what, how and why. I need not elaborate. The objective is, of course, to improve the efficiency, productivity, innovation, and the customer satisfaction. We need clear vision. We need comprehensive strategy and other plans, especially when we are working in a government setup. The public policy arena is slightly different. We have to see the various implementation challenges also. So that is the purpose. Now, when I talk about digital transformation, sometimes it is felt that digital means we'll replace, always substitute physical. But I feel it is an addition. It is a complementary. So the physical aspect will continue in addition to digital. And it does not mean necessarily a disruptive thing that you will, completely disrupt the previous things and bring something absolutely new. It could be incremental change also. Now, what it should encompass is, from my perspective, it should bridge gaps and inequalities. The transformation through our telecom technologies, through other network, should bridge inequalities and gaps. What kind of gaps? The regional gaps. India is not just Delhi, Mumbai, Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Hyderabad. India is also Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Himachal, Arunachal. And within those states also, there are huge regional gaps, intrastate gaps that we should also target. Then gender gaps. Shouldn't feel that anything which is there as a whole will always benefit all segments of the society. Then the social gaps. Is it that we are catering only to the elite people who can afford it, or is it for the masses? The social, slightly underprivileged people, minorities, economic gaps between the below poverty line and above poverty line. Is it our focus to include all? And the technology gaps. There might be gaps in terms of the innovation in maybe say the Silicon Valley or Bangalore and other places, but whether it is percolating and whether it is being implemented at the grassroots level, and of course, the digital divide. So we know that 5G and 6G is a big source of data communication connecting different dimensions of our life, and data is power. For instance, like recently we are transforming the name of, we are changing the name of the department. Generally, every state, they call it the Department of Information Technology. We are now calling it Department of Digital Technologies and Governance. So that reflects the sort of focus we want to give on the technologies in digital arena. And we created this vision to have the digital transformation involving advanced digital technologies, reliable data and connectivity, without which nothing can happen for effective governance and inclusive development. And the mission was also to adopt these technologies, fast and universally accessible data connectivity for inclusive development. Now, some of the key initiatives being done in the state of Himachal. I work in Himachal Pradesh government. Is a drone project called Garud for governance and reforms using drones. It has different components, including governance and enabling policies and flying schools. These are some of the things which we are doing through the drone. And then we have this concept of the e-district portal, wherein different kind of G2C services are, used using the data technologies. The number of transactions has also
jumped a huge this thing. And if I talk of the vision to action plan, my focus is always, whether it is IT, whether it is telecom, whether it is social sector, health, education, governance, whatever, it has to be inclusive. I give a lot of focus on inclusion in any transformation, whether it is digital transformation or telecom transformation. We have to include various segments of society. We can't be taking only say 5%, 10%, 20%. It has to include, and inclusion, as I said earlier, is not an easy thing. For instance, in a state, hilly states, we might have areas which are like 8,000 plus feet, where there would be a lot of snow, where there could be issues regarding connectivity. So how to include people from those regions with this transformation in the telecom sector? How to be participative? Let the people not be just a passive attendant. Okay, something is happening and they are just observing. How we can make them a participant in all this transformation in the telecom and related sector? Whether our vision to action plan is achievable. Most of the time in public policy, the vision is made without considering the ground level realities, because things do not work as we think. Maybe in the private sector they work, but in public sector there's slightly different mechanism. We have the political economy and other things. So the vision to action plan should be achievable. It should also be transparent. Sometimes because of antipathy towards maybe the markets or the private sector, it might be observed that the government or the higher senior ups may feel, okay, something is fishy. So maybe the private players, they are not as transparent as, say, maybe Airtel or Jio may not be as transparent as, say, BSNL. So that could be a perception, may not be based on reality. But whatever vision to action plan or digital transformation or telecom transformation we perceive, it should be transparent and should have a confidence in the mind of all the stakeholders. It should also be monitorable, that whether we can monitor the progress vis-a-vis the targets. And it should not be just for the educated, digitally literate, urban, young, English medium, and male. I have bracketed all of them because most of the time, somehow it is observed that the focus is on these segment of society. Rather, it should be also on the uneducated or semi-educated, digitally illiterate. We are not in the latest UN e-governance index. India ranks around 100 out of 146 countries. So how about the digital illiterate people? Rural masses. Again, to cite an example, Himachal is 90% rural, though it is perceived as one of the best governed and inclusively developed states, not just in India, but even top Nobel laureates, including Amartya Sen and World Bank, they also hail. But it is 90% rural. So we also need to take care of rural, all ages, not just young. Even a 70-year-old grandmother sitting in a village in some remote corner of the state or the country may not be digitally savvy, may not know English. Even those people should be part and parcel and active members of our telecom revolution. It should also be Hindi or regional languages and all gender. So with these words, I complete my presentation. And if there's anything somebody wants to share or ask anything, then I'm happy to take that. Otherwise, we have our panel discussion to proceed further. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure I do have a few questions, and the audience might want to be interested in asking you more. Yeah. But let's start with Arvind Wali. 6G has been something that we have been talking about for the last 2 days. We talk about Bharat 6G. We have our Prime Minister vision for India around 6G. And we see a lot of activities happening, but we are seeing that about 2030 is when we would start rolling out 6G in the market. And one of the key components that we have always seen that a telecom company requires is a spectrum. So Mr. Bali, can you just touch on what kind of spectrum do we need and how is it going to be available and how do we free up spectrum to make sure that there's enough and more around going around for everybody?
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. I think I'll rather love to talk about trained manpower skilling, which is my present assignment. As far as spectrum is concerned, I think it is a very, very wide subject. In my earlier roles, that was an area which we were always looking. And as an operator, we were always complaining about the cost of spectrum and expecting that more and more spectrum should be available. But since the time I was CEO for a telecom company, things have improved a lot. Regulations have changed a lot. I think very, very friendly environment now. So that's why, we are seeing such a great growth coming in overall telecom. But my present role, which is my second inning, I'm responsible for skilling youth for telecom industry in this country. We are a society, we are an industry promoted body. Basically, you all are our board, you are all our promoters, people who are running telecom companies in India. They are all actually guiding us and telling us what they need. So our main focus is basically on skilling the youth. So we are actually doing two big things. One is, like when country is now moving from 4G to 5G and then ultimately 5G to 6G, there is a lot of work happening around that. In my at least 18 years in telecom, last 1 or 2 years, the kind of focus I've seen on skilling from Department of Telecom, I think it is unmatched. Secretary DOT himself, I think every month he reviews us on what kind of skilling we are doing, what are the gaps and how we are going to fill that gaps. And thankfully for that reason, there are special projects we are running. We are training manpower for tower technicians. We are doing it for in-building solution and we are working with all major players. Besides that, I think industry also is coming forward with a lot of great things. We have done in last 1 year, 6 projects. We have set 6 center of excellence with CSR funds from Nokia, Ericsson, Huawei, many other companies. They all funded us. And with that, we have established center of excellence where 5G, IoT, machine learning, all these skillings are given. And also, as you may have heard, 100 more labs are coming, which was announced by Finance Minister in the Finance Bill. So we are also going to work around that skilling manpower. As an individual, as a leader of an organization, I feel that we are probably at the best time of technology in this country. I remember, like in 2007, 8, we were discussing 3G at that time, and we were at 9 to 10 years lag with the world. And then when 4G came, we were still 5, 6 years, 7-year lag from the world. 5G lag is very, very less. And now we are talking about being the world leader in 6G. We'll be the ones who will be supplying technology from India to rest of the world. And it looks very much doable, possible, because there are already companies in India who are exporting technology to 60, 65 countries of the world. Besides that, as you may all be aware, that more than 150 countries' networks are managed from India. So we already have so many trained manpower here who are doing that work. And now, as Telecom Sector Skill Council, we are working with various countries, including Germany, Poland, some countries in Southeast Asia, where there is a shortage of manpower, and we are skilling youth and trying to send it to them. Multi-skilling is something which is coming up very well. So I feel that 6G, if we really want to have full success, big success, this is the time we have to work, and that is why so much of focus is coming from DOT on skilling. We are establishing labs in the college. Engineering colleges have got now a special program so that in 2-3 years' time, when these engineers come out of the college, they are already very well trained for whatsoever are the industry needs and requirement. Thank you.
Good point. And I definitely feel that we have a chance to take a leading role in 6G. And that brings us to an important question, Mr. Jain. And there's a question for you. What role will governments and regulatory bodies play in shaping the development and deployment of 6G? And what policies are needed to ensure that the technology is used responsibly and is available for all?
The government invariably has to play a facilitatory role, and most of the governments in different states are very proactive. We also encourage the setting up of the best and the highest quality infrastructure in digital terms. So the role of government has to be facilitatory. Just to give an example, to enable the setting up of all these networks in the state, we had a problem of the forest clearances and also the remission of cost by the PWD for when they have to dig the lanes. So through the state government, we provided now, earlier the cost would have been like somewhere in crores, and now we are giving it just at 1 lakh rupees per kilometer, which is, I mean, which would have been otherwise in crores. And so the states are also forthcoming in enabling the setting up of the digital infrastructure, and all the states, there's so many G2C services, the digital governance services are interlinked with the setting up of this infrastructure. The states are also leveraging it as a growth enabler for the different segments to grow. So I feel that I don't think there is any kind of a resistance from the governments. They just have to make a proper and balanced overview of the whole scenario, and they are very positive towards the different players.
I completely echo, Abhishek's point. Since I keep on working with the state government and the central, government to ensure that the policy, the latest policy relating to ROW 2022 amendment, which has come, and all the policies which enable ROW, because ROW issues we were facing in, across the states. But now, I think things are being eased out at the state level. Normally, the state departments, what they feel that they are dealing, once they are dealing with the department, they feel that, if they reduce some costs, they are going to lose the revenue for that department. But somewhere, people like Abhishek and the government, Himachal government and other governments, if they look at a long term or the bigger picture, the kind of revenue they are going to make by sacrificing a small bit of, maybe ROW, maybe a pole charge for laying overhead fiber, I think that can create magic. And that is what we are seeing across the country. So I just wanted to add to it.
Well, thank you for that point. And now that comes back to the next question to you. Is you are in Airtel and you do roll out, you have been at the forefront of the telecom revolution. So what kind of new experiences do you expect to come out of 6G? We say that 5G is going to do a lot and it's going to be transformational. How is it going to be different, and what kind of immersive experiences are we talking about? Number one, and how can industries benefit from this, or what kind of industries are likely to benefit the most from this?
Thanks. Okay. It's after lunch, so if people are sleeping, let me try to paint a picture for you. Let's go into some kind of imagination. Imagine that in a state or in a district there is a police department. Okay, not a typical police department where somebody is sitting and the kind of thing which you see in Bollywood. But I want you to visualize that they are looking at a screen which is probably transparent or reflective kind of a screen, and they are able to see through immense data computation happening, and then they are able to see that some kind of crime is going to happen. Can we imagine that? Any resemblance to Minority Report, Tom Cruise picture? Probably that is the kind of use cases which we can expect from 6G. It's limitless possibilities, amazing possibilities. What we can see. Okay, let me try to differentiate between 5G and 6G. Since 5G is at a stage where we are rolling it out. Okay, it is at a stage of rolling out, and we have started talking about 6G. And why and how, I think it has already been covered in the earlier session, so I will not elaborate on that. Between 5G and 6G, there is going to be 5.5G, while we are not talking about that, because that will be what we call 5G advanced or something like that. Now, how 6G is going to be different from 5G? Currently, 5G, we are looking at the speeds of, 10 Gbps and all. Then next we are looking at the speeds of 1000 Gbps. That means it is going to happen at a real time, number one. Number two, latency. We have been talking about latency. Latency in 5G, we are talking about less than 10 or less than 5 milliseconds. In case of 6G, it is going to be less than 1 millisecond. Again, coming back that whatever we are trying to do, it is going to happen simultaneously. Now, this opens up a lot many fields. If I talk the, Hexax report, the European Union, which they are working on the 6G project, or if we talk about the North Alliance, which is, I'm saying North Alliance, which is North America and all. So all the use cases can be categorized into 3-4 categories. First, the way we live. Is it going to impact the living? Probably yes. And more so in Europe, because the population is aging. It is not India, where we have got a huge, youth and young population, but there it is aging, and it is going to increase everything for them, be it insurance costs, even on emotional aspects, be it loneliness. How do they cope with it? So that, I think government has to do a lot of things relating to that. So one is the living. How is it going to impact us? Whether it is transportation, whether it is communication, all those things are going to get impacted. How? I will elaborate. Second comes the experience. Like he said, experiences are going to be immersive, really immersive. So if I'm sitting here, I want to watch a World Cup final, which is going to happen, in the Test cricket. Sitting here, I can feel that I'm sitting in a stadium. That is possibility even in 5G, but it will become much more clearer, much more crisper, going forward. Then comes critical services. When I say critical services, I will take transportation into that. I will also talk about the healthcare, how the healthcare is being delivered right now, and how the healthcare will be delivered in a country like India, which has got a huge, rural hinterland. I think that is what is going to differentiate if we take a lead in 6G. And of course, then comes the societal issues, which are relating to the security of networks, because 6G, we are terming this as, and I'm not terming, I mean, all across the world, people are saying it is going to be network of networks. Because when we are saying a network, 6G network, it will comprise of humongous millions of, smaller network or local networks, which are going to talk to the main network. So that means the trust factor has to be there. The networks have to be really secure, because all the data which is flowing in, whether it is your facial data, whether it is your, the kind of things which you are doing on social media, your interaction, everything will be on the cloud. So how do we protect? That is another piece which, as a operator, as a, design thinkers, we need to think. Now, let me give one more example. Healthcare. Currently, if you see how healthcare is being delivered in the rural areas. In the rural areas, I've met few startups, which I'm very happy that, there are non-invasive ways of seeing whether this person will come into some kind of a critical care or not. There are, people have started deploying that. But is that, good enough? Or do we want to do more? Probably the vision or imagination is that if we can put up some kind of a kiosk where somebody comes, put his thumb and gets the report. Can we do that? It is very much possible. Why do we require 6G for that? Because if that report can go to the doctor simultaneously for the next phase of action, that is why we require 6G. I think these things are possible. Similarly, delivering, since Abhishek was talking about, rural areas of Himachal, in the snowbound of Lahaul and Spiti, suppose somebody has to deliver a medicine. Currently also, I think they must be using drones, because I saw them using drones. But I think with 6G, this will become more possible. And drone, delivering healthcare through drones is very much possible, even as of now, because the government of India has already, relaxed the rules on drones as well. Coming to immersive experiences, as I've given you the example of, a match, whether it's a cricket or football, you can be really immersive. Second, I think another point is relating to, if I take away the sport event and come back to avatars, which we see that, with the AI ML coming from AR, VR to extended reality, augmented reality, virtual reality to extended reality, and then coming onto avatars. I think that is another interesting subject where we can play, where as a TSPs or the design thinkers, we can play a huge role. How is it going to help us? I think this is going to revolutionize the way things are working, currently. Since Abhishek asked about the industry, so I will talk about, you must have heard the Industry 4.0. We are talking about Industry 4.0 where machines are talking to each other currently, but it is a very, very primarily IoT kind of a thing, where, some data from like automatic meter readers, that also comes under IoT. Okay. But here in 6G, we are sensing and we can see and visualize that you can control remotely. You can control remotely an entire factory. Entire factory can be controlled remotely, entire production process. And if we have to intervene, probably that intervention can happen through cobots. What we call cobots is collaborative robots. Okay. Where, through haptic and through immediate, real-time data processing, whatever, events we are asking the robot to do, they are doing it, and they can mend and they can improvise on the go. I mean, that is the kind of, computation is going to happen in future. I think I see that maybe next decade, whatever I'm saying today, most of the things are going to be there. And, we are going to get amazed by the advent of 6G in the near future. Thank you, Abhishek.
That's a great point.
I'll take 1 minute as sir has to leave now. He has to go back to Himachal. We'll present the memento to him. Yeah.
I'm so sorry to leave abruptly. I was scheduled to come in the morning, but because of some other very urgent meeting I had to, and I have a 5 o'clock flight, so that is why I'm so sorry. And you are most welcome to visit Himachal, both as a entrepreneur and a business person, as well as a traveler. Relief from scorching heat of Delhi, you can get in Shimla and Manali. And you're most welcome to interact with me or connect to me on the IT department website. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, Abhishek. And we would have liked to ask you more questions, but we'll take you on your offer to visit you.
Next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that's a great number of points, and in fact, we got some applause from the audience as well. So you made good points. But as we grow digital, as we get connected, things are going to open up for security risk. And Sachin, given that you are an AI expert, what are your recommendations and suggestions on how do we use 6G and the opportunity that it can create ethically and safely? Safely is the bigger one, and ethically, definitely, yes.
Yeah, thank you. I think definitely 6G is going to be one of the, I would say, technology. I classify, I think, 2 ways, as Ashutosh asked. So, and one more thing he very well asked about the ethically and secrecy point of view. That is also one front I would like to touch. So, considering 6G 2 way, one is definitely AI definitely can contribute at 6G itself. What are the different innovations or maybe automation or intelligence can be kept out? So, considering maybe within 3 years or 2 years, I would say generative AI has definitely changed the definition itself in AI. Earlier, AI people used to look it out, some data bank to do some predictions, do some analysis, do some classification, do some regular work in automation manner. So that was the kind of regular definition of AI, and everybody was looking. So even AI, there's lots of solutions in, I would say, telecom also, like spectrum management, or maybe the traffic management or the users management. I think this would be a kind of AI basic features, I would say, maybe there. So, but the generative AI has really opened up, and definitely the diffusion models are there where the content generation, and I think it can be look it out as a generation. So it just, I would say, very early stage to say, but yeah, sometimes people have fear. Ethically, it may go some wrong or maybe some other issues. So definitely, first of all, AI definitely is like control version, and because considering the AI point of view, it requires still a huge data. So even we at the age of, let's say, 40 or plus, so to develop something new, I have gone through my child stage to till now with colleges and education. I have to learn the pattern and then only apply my skills. So similarly, machine is not that much capable to do and apply. So I look AI from that point, that AI would do the things which I would say as a regular pattern in the AI. So for example, this could be the more efficient use of the spectrum. It could suggest the new spectrum patterns, or maybe the new spectrum, or else, because once we have to move the higher spectra, once we go for higher bandwidth as a need. So there are still lots of innovation inside the 6G, that how to efficiently handle the hardware, software, the features. Now coming to the 6G features, which would be maybe impacting at the user end. For example, if I ask the common man in the road, okay, what is the benefit for you for the 5G, 6G, or 4G? He will say, oh, I just have to make a call. I don't care. It's like a 2G, 3G, or 4G. If I'm able to talk to my wife or colleague, it's fine for me. So the thing is, but the definition gets changed, because once we see like lots of video calls basically in the last, I would say, a couple of years. So I think that would be the real impact, or I would say the user application for the user or a common man. He does not care what cells you create, what spectrum you follow. He does not care about it, right? As a common man, until unless it impacts my life, it impacts my, I would say, the feature. As it was just discussed, as Dharmesh was talking about the healthcare. So for a common person, if healthcare or maybe some like a good clinic is near to him, or maybe through 6G, if he is able to talk to somebody remotely, or maybe he could get some maybe consultation online, or maybe do some testing without visiting to a metro city or tier 1 city. I think that would be the good advantage. So this is something at the application layer for the healthcare, I would say. So the healthcare is a one sector where it's going to be definitely a good, I would say, the use case or application side, where there would be lots of application would be coming in the coming future. And definitely metaverse is one thing which can maybe take a rely or support on the 6G, because it has a huge, maybe the bandwidth and the low or the minimal latency. So that is I think considering the metaverse is going to be one of the game changer, and 6G can be the backbone. So still metaverse, you might have heard in lots of news, still has issues about one has to carry the wearable or the headset. And yeah, I know it's quite a bit bulky, but if I compare this concept is like when we see in our childhood, there was a one TV sitting inside a room. It's like a big box, even difficult to move. And I think the whole life, the TV will remain in that corner. But the definition of TV got changed. Now it's very slim, thin, and you can change and you can put a panel or so. So similarly, the headset or the VR headset, which is like a media to enter to the metaverse, it's definitely going to be the low weight, low cost, so that it can reach to the common man range. So that would be, I think, the metaverse applications would be there. And I would just also add the one point, definitely haptic communication would also be one of the possibility over there, because till now what we consider in a 5G or the 4G, we can just visualize, we can read, we can listen, but there could be a haptic. That means haptic means tactile feedback. So we could also sense the tactile feedback of the somebody from the report. So for example, if I'm trying to grab some mango or orange from the tree, so I could feel that feeling. So that could tactile communication is possible. So this would be another add-on as an user application side. So this is going to be another game changer. Yes, the common need has to be developed. So that's why people will invest time, efforts to develop such kind of thing. And just one more add-on, I think the security and ethically, yes, it's quite important. So I also call the one what call it's like traditionally mechanical system definitions like a BIBO. So bonded input, bonded output. So definitely the AI also has to work in that manner. Yes, every technology comes, the day one may not be all the solutions, but once it grows, once we know the pros and cons of this, or maybe we know the issue, we try to develop. But it's quite doable at a controllable, because the people or the man is made to do a lots of further innovation. If I see, if we might have been doing the traditional things in 10 to 20 years back, we might have not developed AI, or I would say the 6G or 5G. So this is the one thing that people have to grow. They have to come up with the new technologies, and definitely ethically also it's quite important. So yes, so that's the reason even the PCs were there. There were lots of, I think, news that how the data will be secured on the online PC or so. But still, we are keeping lots of data with lots of security, privacy. So with, I would say, with all the consideration, with the due intelligence on the control side, it is possible and it's doable. And it's, I would say, the right time to start on the AI point of view. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So you can upload. So there is one more question that I had, like 6G is going to be a next generation of communication medium where we talk about it being replacing sci-fi to reality. But at the same time, we also see satellite technologies and space technologies. We have seen Star Wars and grown up on that fare. So we have seen that happen as well. And Mr. Gambhir, you have come from that background of Satcom and telecom. Where do you think this thing merging or complementing each other, and where is this world going to evolve come 2030 or earlier or later? And how is India positioned to benefit from that?
Thank you so much, sir. Does it work? Yeah, thanks so much for asking this question. And because that weaves into a lot of other questions that we have asked earlier. So let me step back a bit, try to weave it through those questions into this one. We first started with the spectrum requirement for 6G. Indeed, that is an issue. Whenever we talk of more speeds or more bandwidths, it essentially comes out of either a wider frequency spectrum or a better spectral efficiency. There is no third thing. We are already reaching our Shannon limit. And in terms of spectrum availability, that is certainly an issue today. So 6G is looking at terahertz communication, but then there are related issues to be resolved in terms of what kind of propagation would happen. So there are laws of physics which come into picture. And to work out all of this thing, it is not for one country or one group of industry to work this out. There are some established processes at the ITU that look through the future lens. They work with all the service providers, all kind of service categories and classes, and come out with recommendations in terms of allocating and identifying spectrum bands for different services. So that's where the spectrum allocation for 6G would also come. Having said that, we need to understand that when we talk of 6G, we are not just talking about the 15% of Earth that is the land area. 85% is not land. That is not covered by terrestrial network. So there has to be services which is capable of serving that particular area. And that's where space comes into picture. 3GPP and ITU have realized this for quite some time now. And satellite is being weaved into the standards process early on now. Unlike the days of 4G. In 5G, of course, there was quite a few missed buses there. Release 17, we were expecting some time back and we had a lot of expectations. We didn't achieve that much, but we did achieve something. Release 18 got delayed from December, now it's going to next March maybe. That would bring satellite more to the core of the network instead of just being on the access side. And as we move on to the 6G standards, which will probably start from release 20 onwards and a time frame of 2026 or 27, satellite is going to be a very integral part of the whole thing. It is not a terrestrial network which is supported by satellite, but satellite, terrestrial, HAPS, drones all coming together to deliver the services. So that was one aspect which I'm leaving from the earlier questions. We also heard about a lot of interesting use cases by our friends here. But I would also like to see those use cases by drilling down as to what are the capabilities which enable those use cases. So are we talking of high bandwidth? In most of the discussions, when we move on from 4G to 5G to 6G,
that is the most talked about topic. But it is more like talking that we want a faster horse. There are so many more attributes which come into the picture, and those are the attributes which are highlighted by my friends here, which enable those use cases that we all talked about. Universal AI is one of them. So I'm just taking a cue from you. And that would, of course, mean some low latencies. It will mean moving to the edge. It would mean a lot of softwareization. And those are some key capabilities. When it comes to healthcare, and you talked about haptic. Haptic has a great role to play when it comes to healthcare. And again, then we are talking of low latency. We talked of immersive experiences. But immersive experiences, are they the same way that we see them today? So are we talking of a 3D, or can we imagine a 3D which is without glasses? Or can we imagine a VR which is without a headset? So having said that, what I am trying to arrive at that not 6G is the enabler of those applications. A lot of research work has to be done at the spokes of each one of these domains. So there will be probably a domain of spatial computing where we are trying to see how the physical and the digital world merge. And then we are trying to see if that that digital model, is it occulating the physical object or not? So there are a lot of research which has to happen. 6G will be enabler, provided all these research on the spokes also happen simultaneously. So while saying all of this, I did address your earlier question, your main question, how satellites play a role in that. So I come from a not-for-profit association for the space industry in the country, and we work across the space spectrum. SATCOM or communications is one of the largest application areas for satellite, be it for voice, video, data. It is the largest, and hence it has a lot of focus from our side. In fact, in one of our coming conferences in July, which is India Space Congress, we have some dedicated sessions on 6G and the role of satellite. And I'm hoping that from now till July, more developments will take place. We'll have more interesting discussions there. Thank you. Have I been able to address the question?
We'll have to ask them. Has he been able to address? I guess silence is yes or no, I don't understand. But we'll give them a chance to ask some more questions in a few minutes. Mr. Bharadwaj, he spoke about the hub and spoke, and a lot of work needs to be done at each of the spokes and to get the hub going. We are talking about an ecosystem here where we are talking about research, we are talking about academic, we are talking about corporates, governments, semiconductor companies, hardware companies, software companies, all coming together to make 6G happen. So what do you think is happening, because you are part of the industry standards committee at Cineverse, your company, and how do you think this is going to play out over the next few years for India to be positioned as a big player in this entire space of 6G and satellite tech and everything else in between?
Yeah, I think India is already, yesterday I said India is already making the right noise at the right time. I was also having a conversation yesterday that if you think in terms of, let us say, standardization, the global landscape of standards, especially in around 5G and previously 4G, India was not much visible in the conversations globally. Although we had our own 5GI standard, which subsequently got merged. But now we can count India in the top 5, top 6 globally in the 6G context. All these conversations going on. So India is showing the leadership at the right time. And I think India is also very unique in terms of its ability to bring not just the requirements, not just the vision, outlining the vision for 6G, but also in terms of bringing the requirements from the real world. I was pleasantly surprised to hear the kind of leadership India is showing, which is unparalleled around the world. So the Vice President of India in London, he was there last Friday, and very passionately he talked about India's leadership position in the field of space. He talked about deep sea missions. He talked about space, obviously. He talked about mining, agriculture. So I think India is blessed and in a very unique way to have these dramatically diverse possibilities of use cases and applications that 6G actually will be looking to address down the road. No other country can boast about, having such diverse, vast range of possibilities that India can bring to the table. So I think we are in a very good, place. I think in terms of, you mentioned in the next 3 to 4 years, again, I think if you look at it, the way it's shaping up, so 5G, if you map this onto let us say the 3GPP timelines, so 5G is released 15, 16, and 17, so which is completed. Now, 5G advanced, we touched upon that very briefly. We mentioned 5G advanced. So 5G advanced would be released 18, 19, and 20 in terms of timing. So we are looking at release 18 now, which is kind of being concluded. A lot of it is done. There is some slip up here and there, but I'm sure as an industry, it's not new. We will make up for it. Obviously, we also have the COVID hangover and a lot of other things. So I'm confident personally that we'll make up for the lost time. But release 18 is being done. And a lot of good features and functionality has been put onto release 18. Next, obviously, we'll have release 19 and 20. But 6G, for everybody to know that 6G would be released 21 onwards. So 18, 19, and 20 is 5G advanced. And 6G would be from a 3GPP standpoint, 6G would be released 21 onwards. So we have WRC 23, which coincides with the World Radio Congress, which coincides with the release 18. And then the next, let us say the next milestone or the next landmark we have to look at is WRC 27. That is by that time frame, I think the world will be ready to make a big splash announcement around 6G. So you have to look at it this way. Release 18 is the foundation. We can talk about all the things, all the wonderful things about 6G, but the foundation has to be strong. We are discussing the vision at this moment. We are not discussing necessarily the component technologies that 6G would constitute, or even, for example, the air interface and the more nitty-gritties, the core technical aspects of it. We are talking about vision and the very high-level service requirements. So we cannot overlook at the foundation. The foundation has to be very strong. And release 18 is that foundation for 6G. So I think from that standpoint, personally, I was very pleased to note, a couple, I would say 18 months ago, when we were discussing in the industry, the features that would go into release 18, when the package was put together initially. There are some wonderful features and functionality already in release 18. NTN is there, for example, the non-terrestrial network. We have expanded positioning is there. We have the notion of expanded side link. So there are a lot of these foundational capabilities, technical capabilities that would actually strengthen the requirements for the vision that we are outlining for 6G at this moment. But you have to look at it. Today we talk about networks. So I tend to think that, how do we change our thinking, that we don't talk about these macro and micro networks, but we talk about macro and micro connectivity. Networks do not necessarily map into connectivity. There are, again, big gaps. And personally, I was so pleased to hear about some very noble things that our representative from the government of Himachal, Abhishek Jain, was talking about inclusivity and participation and gaps I think 6G is all about moving that conversation from consumers, which was the case in 4G, to enterprises and verticals, which is all 5G is all about, to societal conversations at the societal level, where we talk about bridging those gaps and not necessarily talking about digital divide, but how do we, rather than just bridging the digital divide, how do we take it to the next step and talk about delivering digital dividend? Just bridging the gap is not good enough for me. We have to create dividend so everybody in the society can benefit. And I think 6G would be all about societal changes, sustainability, we touched upon it yesterday, and about the nation states. The way we compete as nations, I think 6G would be a very critical part of that conversation. And because the stakes are so high, I mean, I can easily see why India is making the right noise at the right time, because the stakes are so high. No nation can, afford to be lagging behind. Otherwise, it'll be a lost game. It would have such fundamental, tremendous impact in the long term. So I think everything augurs well for India. And I'm so pleased that in the last couple of days, we have had such wonderful conversations.
Thank you. In fact, we have had great conversations over the last couple of days. And based on what I hear and what I know of 6G, it is bringing together not just a collaboration or a communication technology, but a huge speed, a way of life is what I would call it, because it's going to redefine every fabric of what we are doing, be it self-driving cars, be it, let's say, brain-computer interfaces where you can taste and smell in the digital world. And we heard about not just a digital, we heard about the term digital dividend, which is what we want to get towards, not just bridging the digital divide. And all this promise can happen, can be met only if that ecosystem is developed between research companies, academia, enterprises, semiconductor companies, government, and everybody else, and keeping the user and the benefits in mind. And I don't have any more questions, but I will open it up for the audience to ask a couple of questions if you are open for it. And please point out whom you want to ask that question.
Good evening. I'm Paul Dayanadi. My question is to Mr. Dr. S.K. Agarwal, since you are head of artificial intelligence Sony Research. The question is, now DOT is planning to have 5G lab in 100 colleges across India from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. Being head of artificial intelligence, what is your proposal to have AI lab across from Kashmir to Kanyakumari in all the colleges? Because if you say 6G, if you take into account, RIS, reflecting intelligence surface antenna, is using machine learning and concept basically. So do you not recommend to government to have AI lab across India from Kashmir to Kanyakumari to the government? That's what. Like DOT through TCIL, it is doing it, for 100 labs. So AI lab should also be parallelly implemented in all the colleges. That's my question to you, being head of artificial intelligence. Because I'm PhD from artificial IIT Bombay only. That's what.
Yeah.
So AI has been made as a core subject in all fields of engineering. Previously, it was only in computer science. Now, EEE, electronics and communication, IT, computer science is having AI as a core subject.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So your point is quite valid. Yeah, definitely. Yes, there's a lots of, I would say, COEs for 5G, 6G across India. And yeah, definitely IIT Chennai is leading for 5G research and further advancement on that. Yeah, but for the AI also, I have seen may not be that much higher level, but still AI itself is grooming. And as you also asked, maybe this is a point where you're looking a very structured or a well-mannered kind of COEs across the India, definitely from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. So I've seen this maybe in the bits and parts, even IIT Bombay, I was in a couple of meetings. So yeah, still there's I know there is some incubation hub and all. So they are also trying to consider that one, and definitely IIT Chennai also. But you have very well said, I think this would be a good, I would just suggestion also across the India, having the very well-defined COEs definitely at the college level or a university or maybe the individual. But I would say what I see in the last 3 to 5 years, I think everybody, not even a single person, industry, academia, research, everybody is learning and everybody is trying to adapt. So maybe this could be one of the reason of slight delay, because AI itself is grooming itself and people are trying to identify whether AI is applicable to their business or not. For example, a recently example is FMCG. So the food manufacturers or the FMCG business. So still even a couple of, I would say that maybe the last year, so even I was very much surprised that they're also adapting and they are into this adapting AI for their business. So I think the point is like to have a such structured level. So everybody's trying to grab, understand, and maybe then people will apply. And the good thing was also, if I see the generative AI, I think it has created a big buzz in the market from this January or last quarter, I would say. So that's the reason I think AI is also shaping the itself in a very faster manner. So people have to grab it. So even when I see people near me in the business, there is a core AI intelligence. So I see the two things. One is AI, core AI development and applications. So AI is basically has one of its vertical applying to the 5G or 6G. So once the, I would say the technology is roaming. So definitely, I think 6G, when I talk to the people, who those are telecom experts domain. So people have the sense that there should be a well balanced out of it. So, but yeah, time has come, what you suggested, and definitely things are moving on that side, because I've seen this thing in a bits and parts. So definitely there would be more structured way, and the way AI is growing. So that is also the part. So I would just to summarize and conclude that people are learning, well, no matter whether team level, individual level, but it's people are learning definitely at their level. And once I think people consider themselves as the mature, then they will try to maybe cater the knowledge or apply the knowledge. So because it's not just something that's the generation wise, the like communication is coming. So AI itself is changing. Yes, the some statistical data analysis is changing the shape of AI and ML, or ANN is the word. So, but yeah, you would see, I think, such kind of structured growth in a couple of years, definitely in India, because I consider as in India, it's very good thing is people adapt the new technology or the new concepts and maybe try to customize at their level. I think that is also a positive indication that once it comes, people will accept it. Yeah.
I'm from Chennai. 430 colleges, Stalin being a chief minister has initiated to set up in 430 colleges AI labs. All government colleges. That's what I would like to tell you. I know it does not happen in other states. That's it.
Yes, you're definitely right. Even some of the colleges, even not only just Tamil Nadu, it's good. Yeah, even I have in contact with some of the colleges. So yeah, but I would also say that two models which colleges are also accepting, whether it's like management is enforcing to have such kind of lab or the models, or maybe some students are also taking initiative. Even I have seen a couple of colleges in NCR also, especially in the Noida. So even the college, students are not waiting for the government or the college to start initiatives. They are doing themselves their own. They have started some of their student chapter for AI/ML. Even hackathon is one of the good example. So even I have just read a couple of hackathons. So hackathon is, I think, I would say COE may be the one word, but as I said about it's taking the bits and pieces, the name could be different, whether it's like a hackathon or maybe the codathon, whatever is the term. So they all are the AI, I would say, the dependent, and the words might be the differ. So, but yeah, it's happening. Might be the regular standard word would come it out, but it's good. I think that's the reason that people are learning. So from the student point of view, or the startups or university point of view. Yeah.
Yeah, we can that would be the last question from you.
Sir, I have a general question. What will happen to 4G phones when 5G comes in India? And how many years 4G will last in India? And how can I convert my 4G phone to 5G?
With Dharmendra, you should start.
I think most of the handsets, the handsets which have come in the last 2 or 3 years, so all those are 5G enabled. The only point was earlier, but not right now, but say 6 months back, the software has to be upgraded. While iOS, they took some time. That happened, I think, in December. I think even that happened, and all the phones which were 5G enabled, they were releasing the software, and it was getting 5G. The phones which are slightly older, which don't support 5G, so because there is a hardware issue, so that will not support 5G for sure. But all the phones, which can be upgraded through software, I mean, they're working on 5G. As of now, I don't see any handset which is 5G enabled is not working on 5G. If there is, if somebody is having that kind of issue, probably they need to connect with the, TSP and see, and, like we have got Airtel Thanks app. Through apps, you can go and, get it to 5G and enjoy the, latest 5G. Thank you.
Yeah, the one thing I would like to add there is, I think we have done such phenomenal advancements that we can accommodate on the chipset today in the device so many bands. And I think we have to be careful though moving forward in the context of 6G conversations. These number of bands would increase dramatically, and the chipset design may not evolve to be able to accommodate all those fragmented bands. So that is why it's all the more important that we harmonize all our initiatives and spectrum identification and allocation properly around the world. So the chipset manufacturers do not struggle. How do we cope up? Otherwise, we'll create separate silos and islands, which would obviously result in higher costs and also loss of communication around the world. So we must keep an eye on that as well.
So that will take that offline, I guess. That's the last question, and we thank you everyone. You have been a wonderful audience.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I request the chairman of the session to present the mementos. Pradeep ji already received the memento. So we start with Dharmender. Dr. S.K. Agarwal. Rajiv Gambhir. I request Brigadier Sahab to come and present the memento to the chair. Please, Brigadier Sahab. No, that was a picture only, sir. That was only for digital use. Thank you. Thank you, Brigadier Sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of 6G India 2023, the first conference in Asia on 6G development. Let's see how far we'll go. The next event will be on artificial intelligence. On 20th July, we will send you the details. Hope to see you all there. Thank you. Have a great time.